Okay. Okay, so the chat's back. Clearly lost the people that were here. Let's see if anyone comes back. Hi. Sorry about that, everyone. My chat decided to disappear and wouldn't come back up. I heard someone say they were double vaccinated, fully vaccinated. Yeah, you will feel a bit drowsy. Hi, Sophie. Hi, Isabella. You will feel a bit drowsy, who said they were double vaccinated. I completely get that. I was incredibly lucky. Uh, Hi there, Talia. Oh, just watching Word of Honor. Uh, yeah, as I said before, so this is what I'm reacting to. So this is YouTube and my recording. So today I will be reacting to Fish Upon the Sky episode 10 and Word of Honor episode 16, I believe. You're the one who was vaccinated, yeah. You said you will feel a bit drowsy, I'm sure. How was the first one for you? Were you okay? Like I said, I was incredibly lucky. I had not that much problems with it, but I know people who were obviously worse off than me, but then they are high risk. So I'm quite lucky. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Steffi. I know she's not here right now, I don't think, but Jeanette did ask if I was doing the Untamed, and I will be reacting to 2 episodes of the Untamed. So episode 8 and 9. I've done 8, and by the looks of it, because I put a little tick when I've done it. So, and I've got 3 episodes of Word of Honor. I think you can tell how much I'm enjoying Word of Honor. Your mom got vaccinated, yes. That can happen. Your first vaccination, but that's like everything when you get vaccinated. The first, or anything you do for the first time, has a stronger effect. I would say, that's not shocking that your mom said she didn't sleep for 2 days. My mom, when she had it done, was ill for about 4 days, maybe 3. But then my best friend was very sick with it, and her mom was very ill for quite a while. And then I was kind of 1 day, if that. And then the second, I didn't feel a thing, if I'm honest. Maybe a slight headache. You haven't started the Untamed. I would say, Steffi, give it a go. Obviously, it's up to you, and you should be able to watch it when you want. I'm not going to say anything other than give it a go, because I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Oh, you can't be vaccinated. Oh, sorry to hear that. But yeah, I tell people, get vaccinated. It's an added protection for you. And it helps other people who are high risk. Those who are high risk, you don't want to put in danger. I'm also in a good mood today. If people don't know, I am a huge tennis fan, and clearly our final female Brit, and probably our final Brit player, just got into the 4th round, and she's only 18, so it's a big thing for her. And then obviously football is coming on later, so obviously I'll be watching England versus Ukraine. So if you want to, you can ask me questions about what is coming up for reactions. I can see if I can leave you all images or something on here so you can click and see. Also, you could just ask me general questions about me if you want to, especially for those who don't really know me well compared to others. Let's see, can I find? I could leave the Patreon link for what I'm reacting to. Oh yeah, trying to pace yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised at how many reactions to Word of Honor I've got up, but I think it's because there are in total 37, so I wanted to do more than one, and obviously the Untamed is it 50? That's a lot, so I need to kind of get them up. Plus, now that I can drink, because my whole month of no drinking, no fast food is over, I might do a drunk reaction to I Promised You the Moon, because I was spoiled by Twitter about episode 3. So maybe I'll watch that one drunk. But I'm thinking of doing I Promise You the Moon, the whole of it, all next week, but obviously not all at the same time. But maybe not putting it up on Patreon until I finished all of it, so that we could, and then YouTube, so we can all have a discussion, because I want to be completely open about I Promise You the Moon, because I know the subject matter is really touchy for some people, and clearly I want to be respectful, and I want it in return, and you know, go into a discussion. Well, thank you, Sophie, for being happy about all the reactions. I know there's still a lot to go. Really bad at pacing myself. I tend to binge watch. No, yeah, it's definitely I get that. I like to binge watch, but I'm also very good at trying to kind of control myself, because clearly I can't just binge watch all of them because I've got other reactions to do. And I think once I am down a bit on reactions, I'll do the Untamed and I'll do more Word of Honor, and probably slow down a little bit on how many I do, because there's no rush from me, and people can ask, but they can also wait. I'm sure they're fine with waiting. Will you start the Untamed after Word of Honor? Not so great. I will be actually putting the Untamed, the same Vidyard link, up not too long from now. I just want to be a bit ahead, because I'm up to episode. I think it's episode 8, because episode 8 was my favorite so far of the Untamed. So once I'm a few episodes up front, and I've also got Nobleman Ryu's Wedding to put up, then I'll put up the Untamed, because other shows are coming to an end on YouTube not too far from now. So interesting. Yeah, it is interesting watching two shows that are technically similar but different, and they are so different but yet so similar. So it's interesting, because I also have to remember what character goes with what show, and then elements of that show is different to that show, because it's at the same time I do have to sometimes take a step back and be like, I need to remember the characters. Oh, oh, thank you for liking my drunk reactions. I actually quite enjoy them, but you know, we'll see with I Promised You the Moon episode 3, because obviously I want the open discussion to be not me just drunk rambling. I usually binge watch like 10 episodes of a show and then another. Yeah, I think binge watching is so good, because if you're an impatient person like I am, then you get what you want. But two, sometimes binge watching means that you understand it better, because you're getting all the episodes in that quick span of time for you to then not solve, absorb. I still haven't watched. Yeah, Sophie, I would say it probably is going to be traumatizing, but that's why I want to. And I'm thinking, watch all the episodes, and I'll probably put it first on the £10 Patreon, and then just a week later, which won't be far. Like it means that you can watch all of them together for the £5 ones, £5 patrons. Because I know people talk about stuff, but you just don't want to be spoiled, and we all want to discuss it, especially for those of us who haven't seen it. Just little snippets of what someone says could spoil it. So get all the episodes out, have a full-on discussion, and I think it would be great because you can get to know one another better. Because a show could tell you about someone and how they react to situations. Chinese shows have so many. They do have so many characters. It's not even that. It's I'm trying to be respectful by learning the names, and clearly, as you know from Word of Honor, I wasn't saying the names, especially Joshushu's name. Even now, not that correct, but I'm trying. But from episode 10, it should be better. But there are a lot of characters. It's just trying to say it correctly so you're not insulting people's culture while also really enjoying the show. Because right now, I've just got into The Untamed. Episode 8 really drew me in. But Word of Honor, I'm pretty certain those of you on Patreon can tell I'm completely drawn into that. And I just got to the whole big fight with all the clans. So from then on, it should get really interesting. Hi, Pixie. Oh, I'm earlier than you thought. I tried to be a little bit early by, it's 3:30 my time, and I'm surprised I'm here because I was watching the tennis. But I I got really into it. But thank you for watching my videos. It's really kind of you to watch them. Thank you so much, and that's to everyone. Oh, you stopped yourself after episodes 1 to 3. I would watch all of the episodes because you need that full picture. I know it's hard after what happened in episode 3, and you just kind of got to push yourself in that barrier and go for it. Yeah, learning so many names on a C drama is a struggle. It is a struggle, but you know what? It's something I'm enjoying at the same time because one, some people have been very helpful in trying to educate you, but not in a condescending way. They just want you to understand elements of it, but also the cultural aspects of it. You learn a bit of history while watching these shows. Some people get a bit gun ho, a bit too in their corrections, but most people are just trying to educate you, but also enjoying the show and saying, watch out for this. But you've also got to be careful with those comments because they are a spoiler because you don't want to know what's coming up. So if I kind of see someone start to spoil in their comments, I'll read maybe the first part of their comment because I don't want to spoil it. You need to be in a better headspace to watch the rest. Yeah, no, I get that. You do need to be in a better headspace. You can't watch something like I Promised You the Moon with what goes on in it and be in a headspace that could be damaging for you. But again, take your time. Just take your time, and when you want to watch it, watch it. Steffi, yeah, Chinese names are very hard for me to pronounce. I think it's going to be very hard for people who don't speak Chinese because it's also the movement of your mouth and obviously how the words are said and how they sound. Because you can look online, but then you can look multiple places. Sometimes it can sound different. And again, movement of the mouth, people don't realize how important that is and how different you can sound with just how you move your mouth. Is Wimbledon still going on? Yes. We're only just finishing the first week, so it should finish next Sunday. So poor you, Steffi, will have me talking about Wimbledon for a while. As Steffi is someone who is a patron, but also on the Discord and quite active on that, I should probably move her to the staff and admin team because she's a delightful person. Yeah, German, yeah. So you have no problems or less problems. Yeah, I also have no problems really. Japanese names are very phonetic. So when you learn Japanese, I find it there are a lot of characters, a lot. it's easier to at least hear from. I for some reason I don't know why I learn it like a linguist does, but I hear it phonetically, or I have to. And the same for Korean. The only thing with Korean is double consonants, or like G and Ks, because sometimes you hear them say a word and it very much sounds like a K, or a breath, like a breathy G. And so you've got to figure out where in the sentence or the word it changes, because it can go from a G to a K. But I find Japanese and Korean much easier. Hi, Ashley. Also, I think French people might find parts of Korean easier because they say certain words how a French person would say them. Yeah, I'm just reading your comment, Tally, about always want to go wait till episode blah blah, second half. Yeah, it's better not to do that, because as much as you want to say to someone, wait until you get here because you're going to really enjoy it. And I get that, because as you all who've been here multiple times, that eye roll was at me. Is I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I watch reactions to that, and you see people leave comments going, "Oh, do you know this?" And you want to say to someone about any show, wait until you get here, you'll enjoy this, but you also don't want to spoil it for someone, because if you ruin the surprise, then you don't get their genuine reaction to scenes, and it's hard because you just want everyone to enjoy it as much as you are. Not so great. For me, in terms of I Told Sunset About You, uh, I started that after it had finished, and because I didn't know if I was going to, because it's very hard getting stuff up on YouTube, because either I have to put some weird filter on it so that it kind of doesn't take the visual, but then the audio, if there's music, can get copyrighted, and so it's kind of frustrating. But then I've got Vidyard if I need to really put something up there, which has been really grateful, because obviously Google link blocks after a certain amount of people watch it. But for me, I fell in love from an actor and a director's standpoint with I Told Sunset About You, because of the colors, because of just the direction of it, and because coming from that standpoint, it made me very, very interested in where they were going. Also, something about the character of Tay is the actor does silence better than anyone I know, and silence is a very hard thing to incorporate in any show, because once you have silence, it's just dead air. But he does it in such a way that you're just drawn in. But it is a roller coaster of a ride of a show. You may not know anyone. Yeah, I'm a huge. People always get shocked. I'm actually quite a big sports fan. As people know, tennis and biathlon are my favorite sports. So you will see me watching them, and I will comment. And languages are so interesting. It took me weeks to learn how to pronounce th, because it doesn't exist in German, and yeah, and then realize there is no ch in English. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, ch is like the name Charlie, so But I also, there isn't really a ch. Not like it's like it's kind of like that. Whereas you know, th, yeah, it's quite hard to pronounce it, especially if it doesn't exist in your first language. Oh, congratulations on doing your exams, Steffi. I remember the stress of exams. I make it sound like I'm really old. I'm not. I just remember them. And good luck on your exams as well. You taught, yeah, self-taught. Can we just, that's an amazing thing, by the way, Ashley, to self-teach yourself. It's not easy to be self-taught, because they always say, you know, speak to someone who's from that country, or take classes, because it's very hard to be self-taught because I don't know if anyone's ever used Duolingo, but people complain about that because it's sometimes how a word's pronounced or just the movement that you can hear on someone's mouth. Uh, yeah, once you get the hang of Japanese, I mean I haven't I'm obviously not fluent like you are, but I think you're right. Once you get the hang of it, you understand it better. Again, it's very phonetic, and I think that will help a lot of people with Japanese. It's just certain things like the R's. Yeah, teaching these all you people self-teaching yourself different languages. It just shows how intelligent you all are. Yeah, I find with Korean, it's so hard. I feel like it's easier to read once you know what the letters are, is then just being able to pronounce it because sometimes when you hear someone say a word, they say it one way, and then you'll hear someone else speak Korean in the same way, and it sounds completely different. It's like listening to songs in Korean. Sometimes you hear someone sing, and then all of a sudden you'll hear someone else sing the same word, but it sounds different. It also depends. If you ask a Korean person to slow down how they say words, they also sound very different to how they sound sped up, like with their D's and their THs. It's so confusing when you hear that slow down and then sped up because it sounds completely different. Oh, they're both idols. Was it you who sent me? No, someone sent me the link of uh Lang Wenqi, the actor, dancing. He's an amazing dancer, by the way, from the Untamed I'm talking about. Amazing dancer. Um, I didn't know they were idols though. The only one I knew was someone from Word of Honor because he was in a BL-esque like show years before. Yeah, self teaching is very difficult, but well done for all of you self teaching yourself. I mean it. Uh, you learned English from. Did you learn English though from like Nanjun from BTS? Learned it from Friends. So do you have like more of an Americanized accent, or did you learn it? Because I know Germans also sometimes watch British shows like sitcoms. I don't know if you've got a mix of like a British American accent. Speaking of sports, the professional athletes don't feel secure enough to come out because sports is mainly advertised. Yeah, sports is a very male. Well, they believe it's a very male-dominated sport. It's very hard for athletes to come out. We did have one athlete many moons ago who came out in football, and unfortunately, because of his family not supporting him and what it was like, he took his life. And his brother was a presenter on our British Gladiators, if anyone ever remembers that. So it's really hard. You hear here and there athletes coming out more and more, and they feel more secure. Um, but it's still catered to straight males because I think they think straight men mainly watch sports. I think the straight men I know in my life, most of them don't watch sports like I do. I actually watch sports than a lot of more than straight men I know, but that's just me. Also, another athlete, because I love the Olympics, just so you know. So, people on Discord will probably hear me talking about the Olympics when it comes, which is an athlete might be barred from the Olympics because she smoked weed in a state where it's legal. And I think she just lost her mother. And I just think that is a bit. I understand athletes are supposed to be clean and stuff like that, but it's weed. It's not a performance enhancing drug that I know of. Um, I just think that's ridiculous. Oh, the guitar. Weirdly enough, I was a guitars. Yeah, I'm not good with my fingers with a guitar. I learned the piano. I need to go back to learning it. It's been years and years. That wasn't easy, but I liked it. you're right, everyone is different and good at different things. But the fact that you taught yourself another language is very impressive. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to learn another language, because you can kind of learn it, but it's also learning how to pronounce it. Because usually people are actually really kind towards you if you don't pronounce something correctly. And I think people are scared to go and talk to someone who speaks that language because they think you might be made fun of, and it's not like that. Oh, Texan. Okay. Oh wow, yeah, American Texan, yeah, that's quite specific. And then obviously I'm so what are we talking about? Because Irish is different accents. You'd be surprised at how someone from Dublin will sound different from someone to Belfast. Um, well, I'm half Irish, but that's what I'm used to. I think with crimes you should always consider the circumstance. Yeah, that is true. It is the circumstances. Oh yeah, yeah. Don't worry. When proper football, yeah. It's not soccer. It's football. Um, there's one. Yeah, there's a few rugby players that have come out after retiring, but they wouldn't have come out before. But weirdly enough, rugby is just a lot of posh boys usually, and they're actually quite okay with someone being gay. So you'd be surprised because the UK, as I've said before, is a centre right country, but in terms of actually like rugby, they care less. They care more about just winning or having a beer or just being incredibly middle class and posh. But football is very difficult. Football is very it's steeped in a lot of homophobia. A lot. Do you still play? Oh, you live in London. Uh, um, do you still play? I don't. I haven't played piano for a long time, and I'm ashamed. I really wish. I look back and go, I should probably get back into that and the keyboard because they are people don't realize they are actually different. Um, let's see. Oh, you live. I saw this. You live in London. Hello to someone else who lives in London. And then again, I guess you living in London are also so used to how different London accents are. Strangely enough, like people don't realize that just living in London, someone can sound completely different. The dialect coming out is so weird to me because I was never in the closet, so I kind of I don't know. No, you can still talk about it. Just because you may have felt you were never in the closet doesn't mean that you didn't have circumstances where you go through that thing of you having to explain to someone, like if someone asks you, because when you're younger, people I think people could be rude and just ask you, but then you always kind of coming out to someone because it's almost like I feel like a defense mechanism because it's you get a sense of if someone's going to accept you or not, and you still have a voice even if you felt like you didn't come out. It's a valid voice. You totally should. It's a good. Yeah, I really should get back into piano. It really is. I wish I had continued learning violin, but then I went to university while my friend was starting to teach me, and then obviously I didn't speak to that person anymore because people drift apart, and it's a shame because the violin is my favorite instrument. Anyone can get me with a violin. What do you think about Word of Honor so far? Well, firstly, hello. Uh, I really, really like Word of Honor. I didn't know how much I was going to like it because I didn't watch an episode, but I looked on the comments kind of on someone's reaction channel, and people were very rude towards um, them because it was two of them, a man and a woman. Um, and so I was a bit nervous about doing these type of reactions because people are very fanatic, and if they do, and so when they get into something, you worry that you might be upsetting someone. And so I was just I was very nervous about it, but I'm really really enjoying Word of Honor more than I thought I would be, and we're not even halfway yet, and I'm sad that I'm already at episode. Yeah, what is it? 16. I have to keep looking. Episode 16. So that is today's one. I have a son, and I always tell him, when you have a boyfriend and girlfriend, because I don't want him to come out of me. Well, yeah, that's really progressive of you, Bethan, because obviously being a parent's hard, and at least you're saying to your son, if you have boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is, just be happy, because for so long people were so afraid just to be themselves, and it's still hard now. I've never learned the violin, but I always wanted to. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I just the violin is just something about it. It's so melodic. It draws me in. I could listen to someone play it for hours. There is what is her name? She was on America's Got Talent, and she plays the violin. Is it Libby or Lizzie? Oh, what is her name? It's gonna frustrate me now. Lindsay Sterling. That's it. It's Lindsay. She's amazing. My mom had a girlfriend once, and I grew up. Okay. Well, I come from an Irish, Italian, Maltese family, so yeah, it wasn't looked at as the norm to be LGBTQ plus, but they were surprisingly okay with it. My sister loves to always go, "Oh, everyone knew this," because my sister thinks she knows when anyone's gay. She did. She was like that when my cousin came out. She's like, everyone knew she was, and I was like, no one knew, but great that you knew. Um, so I didn't really have it because I also grew up with people from all over the world in London, and I wouldn't say it was really spoken about. It was something that came on as I got older, and people spoke about it more and more. Because I didn't have anyone to talk to growing up at all about feelings and understanding myself, and you don't. And as you get older, you still are learning about yourself. You think you know something when you're 16, 17, 18. You don't. You really don't. I'm glad that a lot of people felt the same way with me about Word of Honor. I was just so shocked at genuinely how much I liked it. Oh, the harp. Yeah, that the harp is also sounds very beautiful. There you go about labels. Labels are it's a very complex thing because you kind of have to, when you say you're something, then you have to kind of explain it to someone who doesn't understand it, and then they might still not understand it, or then they ask you, well, are you this instead? And it's like, oh great, here we go, here comes the explanation. Hemrula. Yes, I do know who he is. The Korean Idol. Yes, I have watched him. Lindsay Sterling is just one person I was thinking of at that time. Well, pansexual is completely different from someone who's bisexual. Or at least the definition of it is something completely different. Hello, Niheb. Also, guys, if like I said earlier, if you do want to know about other shows that I'm reacting to, I mean, I could see if I could put the link from the Patreon here so you can see what's coming up. But also, you could just ask me questions about myself if you want to. Um, these lives are just for everyone to kind of come together, have a little bit of fun, maybe a little bit of relaxation on the weekend. I try to do these once a month so I don't do too much for you, not too much in everyone's face. Let's see. So, let's see. Post on Patreon. let's see. So let me I'll put up the Patreon post, and you should be able to see what I'm watching and what's coming up. Let's hope this works for you all. By the way, how old are you? I always say to people, what can I get away with? I always say to people that, because I know I look younger than my age. It also weird because of watching BL. Sometimes I feel when we're older, we get a kind of weird atmosphere from people because of what it's generated. I will tell you my age. Just give me a second. What part of London do you live in? And if you don't, well, I live in northwest London. So, and I'm not ashamed to say where I live. I live near Highgate in North London. I live near Camden Town, like around that area. Like I'm not shy to say where I am. I'm a North London, Northwest Londoner. Oh, are you going to watch the shows in order that they are listed? I was going to watch them in the order that they're listed. I'm a bit of a list person. That's why I put I Promised You the Moon up higher. If you notice that it's now randomly appeared and I've moved The Untamed up. I mean, if people want me to watch shows more than others, then they can leave a comment there. That's the thing. People on Patreon need to leave a comment to say, well, I would prefer this one because there's so many. And I know some of the shows are only 3 or 4 episodes, so they could be done quickly. But yeah, that is my list. That's coming up. Of course, if you guys have any ideas, please tell me and I can write them down again, list person. Because there's so many BLs that come out that I feel a bit claustrophobic with how many come out because there's so many and people want you to react to them, but I have to take my time. So some of the shows that may come out now, I might not even react to till next year or the end of this year. So don't worry, I'm going to go back to my age. Oh, you live in Enfield, so you don't live far from me at all. No, you live quite close. My best friend used to live in Enfield. People guess anywhere between 20 and 30 for me. I mean, yeah, that's what they guess for me too. But again, it's really hard to tell because in person, if I shave, I look really young, especially for my age. Obviously, a beard ages you. On here, I might look older, I might look younger to people than I do in person, but I know that I don't look my age, and people always kind of go, "Oh," like obviously they have more of a shocked reaction, but I'm like, "Yeah." Yes, I'm a list person. Oh my god, I was just going to ask you about History 3 Trapped. Yeah, History 3 Trapped is it's really good. I've watched it before. It has Taiwanese shows have, or at least the history shows, do have an over the top element to one character or certain characters, but History 3 Trapped is really, it's probably still the best one, or at least up there in the top 2. I think it's so good. Oh, you're working on a BTS. I knew you were going to work on a BTS video list for me. I mean, I'm not shocked, Steffi. But it's also good for me. I still have a BTS video, by the way, that I uploaded to my YouTube, and it's unlisted and has been for about 3 months. And I forgot I had it up there because obviously the BTS videos, I'm not a reactioner who does them a lot. And with the algorithm, if you don't react to something a lot, it's hard for people to find. Like sometimes you just randomly come across it, and BTS videos there are a lot of, and They're really passionate people. They're really passionate. But I'm also looking forward to the list because it will help me get to know them better, but also their music is really good. I can write under your list later. Yeah, write them in the post later if you want to, and recommend them, which I'm currently reacting to. Yeah, because there are a lot of shows that I know not many people are reacting to. Sometimes I'm a bit iffy to react to them, not because of Patreon, because obviously they are on Patreon, but not everyone can afford Patreon. Not everyone wants to pay for it. And then it's trying to get it up on YouTube. And I don't want to use Vidyard for everything. I also want to put up reactions on YouTube. Otherwise, it affects your channel. And it gets frustrating when things get copyrighted. Like, why Destiny? Though it's up, it's very difficult. They just keep blocking it and then they unblock it. And it's like, okay. INTP. I don't even know what I am when it comes to that. I usually make playlists for people for free to organize requests. Yeah, see, and you're someone who likes lists as well. I love lists. I love stuff like that. Maybe it's just a bit of OCD in me. As a big fan of BTS, make as many. Yeah, I've said this before. I love K-pop, and obviously love listening to as many artists. Like Jessie is still one of my favorites. Obviously, Blackpink, BTS, To Anyone, 2PM, just stuff like that. Twice, I've started to listen to more and more. Mamamoo. There's so many. Oh, Steffi, you can put their music up as well. Any BTS music video, stuff like that, will only be on Patreon because it'll be copyrighted, and then it messes up the algorithm of the channel. And yeah, and there's no point because it can get blocked. But definitely put serious ones, funny ones if you want to, and I'll react to them. I just got to get myself mentally prepared for BTS fans. Well, I do listen to Holland, and I think more people should listen to Holland. You could write under your recommendations. It's clearly up to you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Ones that are no problems, because I know that is it. Papa and Daddy. I haven't seen people have problems with that. I was shocked that We Best Love had no problems, apart from a couple of episodes that were copyrighted because they were blocked when I first put it up. That's why I didn't put up We Best Love at first. Oh, because I'm going to read the comments. Now, with We Best Love, these special episodes, World of BL on Twitter has more or less stated episodes 2, 3, and 4 are between 6 to 22 seconds extra. So I'm guessing Fighting Mr. Second will be where we actually have deleted scenes where they're 6 or 7 minutes long, I imagine. So I'm not sure if I should rewatch and put them up on Patreon. So those of you who are on Patreon, maybe I should just not, because you're not getting anything new. I'm not sure. Telly, you can make a list of artists that are openly accepting of queer people for me. It'd be great to see those people, like put them out there, especially because I know Korea's quite a conservative people. So it'd be nice to see who is open. People always want to write hate comments, Steffi, because it makes it one, it's a trolling mechanism for them. Two, they want to put someone down. Um, it just people love to generally. If I don't like something, I don't comment. I don't watch it. And if something's not for you, you just move on. But that's just, I guess, me and you. I'm honestly waiting for someone to make a compilation of added scenes for season 1. added scenes. I watched episode 1, and apparently the added scene was a teardrop that I thought was already on episode 1. Are you watching Papa and Daddy? Not so great. I will be watching it. I put a link up. Maybe I'll put it again here for anyone who didn't catch the link. And it has a list, and it's on my. I put it on my Patreon. It's up, open for the public, so you can all just click on it. You don't have to pay to look at a list. Um, but I will be watching it, and I've noticed on YouTube that people don't seem to have a problem being able to put it up. The only show that I know that's absolutely no problem was Game Boys. They are actively wanting people to react. So I think that's an amazing thing from them because, trust me, they still make a lot of money for that show. A lot of money. But good luck with that compilation for We Best Love. I don't get hate. Yeah, if you don't like something, move on. And by the oh no, you can't swear, can you? I forget you guys are typing and I'm talking. I was like, swear away. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, reactions are very, very good PR. They really are. Also, a reaction person, like think of Revel, who obviously now gets paid and has a sponsorship with certain, like I think WeTV, but someone like that and just anyone, like even small reaction channels, can bring in revenue for those places because people then find it and they want to watch the program. Reactions are very good because it's just kind of you get to then kind of communicate with someone who may react the same way you do to something, who has a different perspective of it, and it's just fun because then you're, especially if you like a show and then you watch someone slowly fall in love with the same show you do, it's quite magical to watch them bit by bit. And I think with me, people can tell when I like a show because these blue eyes just really get into it. Sometimes you watch shows only because a reactor. Yeah, this is what I mean. See, you're watching shows because a reactor watched it and you thought, oh, okay, if they like it, maybe I should give it a go. It's just, I sometimes I wish people were more open to that. I mean, I would say a lot of people who watch BLs are quite open, but it's the companies, because clearly they're afraid that they will lose out on money if they don't, copyright or block it. And I guess it's for their revenue as well. Um, it's strange because they don't realize how much money they would still make, even if they allowed reactions to make money off of it. If they want to, you don't have to make any money from it. Um, I like your reactions because you were blunt, but not in a mean way. I tend to be pretty blunt too. I will say sometimes I get shocked that people think I'm being blunt because I'm actually trying to be nice, even when I'm being blunt. That's me trying to be nice because I am a pretty blunt, I guess, very British person. Or maybe it's just the European in us that are very blunt. Um, it's only when sometimes people get very offended that I realize I've been blunt or they don't like how I speak, especially because I can be very matter of fact. I can still remember, and I said this before on a live, that someone got upset with me because I said certain scenes and Why Are You felt like softcore porn. And that's, I guess, the bluntness in me without me realizing that's probably sounding a bit mean and blunt when it's not me talking about the actors. It's just me clearly stating that these were very intense scenes that were a bit uncomfortable because they were so sexual. You've had death threat. Yeah, do you know what? Why am I acting shocked? Because I've had death threats before from not liking something. Um, it's a shame as well. I find Twitter kind of like a cesspit. You get some amazing, amazing people who love, and BTS is just an example, so don't include like them in what I'm saying really, but it's a general thing. But who really attack people, and then there's some who just lovely, lovely, lovely people who just love to talk about what they love and they want to meet other people from around the world. Because I think a lot. a lot of people could be very introverted and afraid to talk about things they like. Me personally, maybe because I'm an adult, I'm not afraid to speak my mind. I try to be nice, but yeah, like it's a hard thing to say. Don't be afraid to say you don't like a song. If I don't like a song from a group of people, I just don't like a song. And if you're offended by that, that's a bit of a problem on you. No one has to like the same music you like, or maybe you just liked a different song. I can't say I've listened to every BTS song. That would be a humongous lie, as I've listened to some here and there. But it's a shame that you get death threats because you said you didn't like a song. So what if you don't like a song? It's a song at the end of the day. And really and truly, it's okay. Not everyone has the same taste in music. Like I love heavy metal music sometimes, and my ringtone is from the soundtrack from Queen of the Damned. It's Chester Bennington from Linkin Park. It's his song System. And not everyone's gonna like that. I'm not gonna sit there and then start to send death threats. Like there's some BL actors, or they were BL actors that I'm not fans of. But you don't need to send death threats because you like them, or because I may not like a show you liked. I honestly have never heard of most of the shows on the list. To be honest, actually, I put this up a while ago on Patreon about new shows to react to, and some of those on that list were given to me by people on my Patreon. So, oh God. Yeah, so for me, finding out the list of some of these, I was like, I've never heard of these. I have no idea what they're about. But then there are so many BLs that sometimes it gets a bit too much, and you have to take a step back and go, I'm gonna have to take my time. Like there is Stuck on You that everyone's reacting to right now. I'm gonna probably react to that. Oh, as you've seen on the list, very much down the line. You, me, and all my army, my sons don't have a problem if you don't like a BTS song. It's simply your taste, but if you're really rude. Well, yeah, Steffi, if you're very rude about it, there's a bit different. If you don't like a song, you don't like a song, but you don't have to be rude about the group. I think that's a bit different. If you're just intentionally rude about a group, then I understand why people take issue. But if you just like, if for me, I didn't like the beat of it, the rhythm, or I prefer this song to it, that's a bit different, you know, because then that becomes more of just a personal taste in music styles than about the individual. And I think you've got to be very careful when you start talking about individuals. Queen of, and you were just looking at the DVD. Where is my DVD of Queen of? I love Queen of the Damned, but then I'm into kind of gothic, vampiric things like that. I mean, one of my tattoos is in Chinese that says Dark Angel, and it's not from the TV show Dark Angel. But I'm sorry it freaked you out though, especially because you're looking at it. Yeah, do you know what? I agree with you actually about staying out of the drama. I'm quite eclectic in what I like, but then I'm also someone that if I like something, I like it. And if I don't, I don't. And I guess we're all like that. Um, yeah, I also think though maybe it's an age thing. And again, I am going to come back to my actual age, so you will find out, and you can also find out my actual name if you want to call me that. Um, but I think it comes with age. I think you see a lot of the fans that get very irate usually are younger, and I think when we're younger, we tend to get more personally offended by things. But maybe that's just my perception of things. Maybe I'm wrong. There's a big difference between I don't vibe with this song and this song is shit. Yeah, exactly. There's a huge difference. And I think if you can't differentiate between those two things, then maybe take a step back. People are constantly confused by my taste in things because I do not look like I would. Yeah, look, I am called a nerd all the time. And everything. Because I wear my glasses, my features. Everyone always calls me Jewish as an insult, which is a bit not everyone, but people. And I'm like, well, I'm not Jewish, but it's also not an insult. But okay, if I was, like, And people get shocked that I've got tattoos. That I used to have my eyebrow pierced, my tongue pierced, my top of my ear pierced, and as a kid I had hair pierced. I used to dress as a goth. That I like heavy metal. They get shocked that I like sports, unless you talk to me and then you figure out I love sports, just not really football. Um, so yeah, it's constantly when people that you don't look like you like that. Well, maybe it's because a whole heap of people like what I like and they all look different. I love all things Zampric, Gothic, and alternative. Yeah, I'm with you, Tally. Um, I'm yeah. I just literally yeah. I'm 26. I've been since 2008. Nice. See, I want to say in 2006 I heard of J rock and J pop, and I probably heard of K pop. I just didn't know anything about it, but I heard more about Japanese rock at that point. But 2008, that's a long time to be into it and seeing it, just how much it's developed because it's really blown up in the last few years. I think the rumors that it's directed towards K-pop, which comes. I mean, there is definitely a lot of racism that comes with, and I hate thinking it comes that, but there is a lot of racism that comes with what's directed towards K-pop and just like athletes as well. That's why I brought up out an athlete earlier, and I wish people could take that step back and look at their perspective and wonder why they have such a reaction, like say to K-pop in general, and realize where it actually stems from. Because it's great music, it incorporates a lot of different cultures, a lot of different types of music. There's people from all over the world that are actually idols. But yeah, death threats are uh, such a strange, weird thing to send someone because it happened. It happened to someone who's a patron who Steffi knows, who we speak to quite a bit on Discord as well. When they stopped being such a fan of new golf, and they were just like, I'm just not really into it, and they got death threats, and they were trying to find out where they worked and stuff like that. And it's like it's okay that you don't follow these two individuals anymore on what they do, but you don't need to send death threats to someone about it. It's just a bit weird. Like if you don't follow them, like this, we don't follow every BL. I don't even follow any BL actor online. By the way, I may see a post from them, but I don't actively. It has to be someone else on my Twitter um, that follows them for me to know. Like as some who's if any one of you is on my Twitter, I only just really post when my reactions come out. And right now, Wimbledon. In my closet is everything from frilly pink dresses to tech wear. Because, like I said, I don't live far from Camden Town in London. If you know what Camden Town is, then you know what kind of clothes you can get there. Um, I mean, I don't wear frilly pink dresses. It's not my style, but I'll do the tech wear. I mean, I used to dye my hair blue. I've been red. I've been peroxide blonde, and then someone said I look like Spike from Buffy. Um, Obviously, I've got my new rocks in my closet, my wardrobe, um, still here. I haven't worn them for years. But my clothes are kind of, I guess, t-shirts and mixed between preppy and posh looking. Is posh? No, I don't even know that's. No. You don't listen to third generation or fourth generation, well, maybe one. So you're Sophie. So you're more first and second generation, which is kind of cool because obviously, as that means you've been listening for a while. Difference for anything is just the internet is a funny place. The more people hear about the stuff you like and you dislike, the more likely you're going to get either good or positive reactions, and that just happens the more you're known, the more people like to criticize you because everyone's got an opinion. Worst comment I ever got under my reaction before my old channel got deleted. Oh, your channel got deleted. I used to have Prussian Romani in my profile because that's what my family technically is. Okay, so why do they need to comment? If that's what your family is, that's what they are. It's so weird that people need to comment. It's a shame that your channel got deleted. I don't know if you deleted it or you got strikes. It's strikes. But it's a shame that with your profile pictures, someone needed to leave a comment. But then I put on my Discord a comment I got. I've blocked the person now, but it was just a general rudeness about Why Destiny episode 9 or 10. Either way, I was saying the names wrong, even though that's how it sounded to me they were being said. But it's always when someone puts lol or LMAO, that's really condescending. I'm like, oh, here we go. You're obviously bored in life and you need to come up and leave a comment. People are always surprised when I say I'm 19 because apparently I don't come across like a kid. Again, yeah, I mean, you never know what life someone has lived. So sometimes when someone's an old soul, they've been through a lot, or they are just genuinely an old soul, or sometimes people have to age, like mature, I should say, faster because of what goes on in their life. And also, people love to try to pick what someone looks like. So, oh, you look this age, you look this, or it's a strange thing. People are very fixated. I also think people are fixated in the BL aspect of age because it's supposed to be for younger people. But I think they're realizing there are a lot more older people watching BLs because obviously we age with the shows, and that they're starting to cater to older audiences because they're the ones who are more likely to buy the merchandise, to get the stuff, and just get into it. Like, I think people like think BLs are, and I'm using BLs as an example for younger people. I find it a lot more older people watch it now. I have to be grateful if people think I'm an adult. You are an adult, Steffi. You got strikes. Yeah, strikes are really hard. That's why Love by Chance 2 I didn't put up on uh, YouTube because I heard that people got strikes. Not copyright claims, which are completely different, but copyright strikes, which if you get 3, then your channel gets deleted or banned for a while. Hate comment is a mixture of people seeking validation in a weird way and also trying to escape their life. Yeah. I guess it's attention because they want to be seen. That's why they leave a comment. That's why people leave comments. They want to be seen. They want to be heard. They want the person they're responding to react, good or bad. They just want you to know that they're there and they're watching. People are so fixated on age and appearance, both in real life and shows, and it's annoying. Yeah. That's kind of, as much as I do like it, that is not age but appearance is kind of what bugs me about Fish Upon the Sky, which I will obviously comment because I'm not going to hide how I feel about that show. But I've left comments before about I kind of get really bored of this fixation on appearance on these shows that you have to be extremely muscular and really good looking. And if you don't, then you're not worth this and you're not worth that. And if you wear glasses, then you're deemed not as attractive or you have braces or freckles. It's weird things like that. And that's kind of what bothered me about Fish Upon the Sky. Plus, certain things, was it episode 4, that was just not needed. It made no sense to the show. I'm so happy we are getting more BLs outside the school setting now. Yeah. I think Manor of Death was a great example. Game Boys was a really good example too, but at the same time they were still pretty young, if that makes sense. So it was still young, but with Manor of Death, these were their careers, they were professional. I think that's why it worked so well. Well, there's a lot of respect. I mean, think of people in Japan. How age is like there's a hierarchy when it comes to age and respect when it comes to age, and I get that. because I get that, like I said, I'm Irish, Italian, Maltese, and we have a whole thing where you're supposed to respect your elders, and you get told constantly to respect your elders, and anyone who's older than you, you call auntie, uncle, cousin, ma'am, sir, and you must show respect, which I get. It's just sometimes with age, you feel like if you say your age, you feel like people are looking at you in a funny way. I don't know if it works for women the same way, but I think for men, especially if you watch BL, I feel like people might have a perception. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. Also, yes, I like to thirst over hot BL actors, but I prefer good actors to pretty ones that kiss like fish and can't cry. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with like. I don't like really thirst over actors. I'll say they're good looking. Like, everyone knows I think Tool is a very good looking actor, but I also come from, I guess, because I come from that industry, I look at it a different lens. So I'm looking at how they act and how they can inspire me when I watch a scene. Like, oh, I should try that technique out, or that didn't work, or then I look from how they directed it or how they filmed it. It's like, oh, I wonder like how many takes that took. So I tend to do that, and I shouldn't. I should just be looking at it how probably everyone else looks at it, but I can't help it. Mm. The thing is, I don't dislike Fish Upon the Sky, but I'm not into it like a lot of other people are. But also, the main actor who plays P is 17, and I'm not about to leave comments unless it's about his acting on anything because he's 17, and I think the other one is only 20, even though I thought he was a lot older. So it's I'm just like you're doing some good scenes. Like there are some good scenes in it, but it's really interesting to get. Oh, I won't name people because it would be mean, but some scenes got really awkward in some BLs because they weren't committed. No, oh, you don't have to name. I'll name one myself. As much as and he's another one I think in a physical sense is very good looking and isn't a bad actor, but new. Like when I see him kiss Tay, I'm just like, nah. Like you clearly don't like doing this, which is strange because you're an actor. But he's never convinced me. As much as I actually do think I'm glad we don't see Chris or Christ in BLs anymore. Um, he was never convincing. Bye bye. Um, it's I would also say, and mean and plan, maybe not mean. I feel like mean just goes for it, even though I don't think he does BLs anymore. I'm not sure. There was a weird thing about him in that comment that I saw online that I think might have been taken out of context. Um, but I think oh, interesting perspective. Sorry, I just seen your comments. You mean about being from an actor standpoint? Yeah, I think that's what helps me um, stand out slightly from other people. I know obviously their editing's usually better and they're more animated than I am, unless I'm drunk and then I say person only fucked. If you want to watch Gaia Sao Pelicula, then you'll see me say that. Um, I've heard people really like my stuff. People call me monotone, but I also because I'm not a natural screamer, I'm more of a yeller, I guess, if that. Um, but I like that I come from an actor standpoint. I like that I kind of little bits, not fully, but I break down kind of scenes here and there. Curious about where they're filmed because I also know when actors do these scenes that you will watch these shows and you're watching an hour program where I'm watching sometimes a 5 minute scene that I know has taken 2 days to film. unless you're Tyler Perry and then you write a show literally and film a 26 episode show in 8 days. But usually, like a 5 minute scene could take all day, and people don't realize that. And you're like, how can it take all day? And it's set up. Like, trust me, as an actor, most of your time on set is sitting about. You'd be shocked to know that the amount of times people, you could have a scene in the morning, and then you have to stay until the night to film your second scene, and that's all you have that day. That's it. A chance to love, yeah, a chance to love. Chance to what? Oh god, I just remembered the sex scene with like the 15-year-old. I know there was a. Oh, are you talking about Lovesick? I mean, did they even do any sex scenes? I think you might be talking about Lovesick, because one of the actors was 15 or 16 when he did that night, and then there was White. White's another one that they don't put in a BL role. You could put him in a BL show because he's quite a good actor, but he. Hi, Jeanette. Oh, guys, Jeanette, when she does lives, will be doing. She has been doing passages from the Word of Honor novel. If you want to hear that, it's quite interesting watching someone read it and then break down, especially what's different from the show to the book. That was actually quite interesting. I had to be careful I didn't get spoiled, but she was only reading chapter, I think, 1 or 2. I think it was chapter 2 because you read chapter 1 and didn't realize that you weren't on. Oh god, it was Nui I was talking about. Yeah, I knew it was going to be Nui you were talking about because he's kissing with. It's bad, and I'm guessing. I'm surprised because he's quite a lively person. I've seen like videos of him, and he has a lot of fun and jokes about, and can be quite flirty. But I guess he's just uncomfortable kissing another man, and I'm not. Your reactions are a breath of fresh air. Thank you. Because sometimes it's hard because I'm a small channel, and obviously you never know if people actually like your stuff. I know people can tell you, you never actually know. And because obviously a lot of my videos don't get massive amounts of viewerships, but that also sometimes you don't know if it's liked or not. But it also just people's personal taste, and if it shows up, algorithm is really hard. If I disappear for a week, it messes up the algorithm for months and months. Or if I don't put a show on, it does that, and if it gets copyrighted, the algorithm sucks, and then obviously you have to try and find someone's show unless you actively subscribe to them and watch them. But yeah, I'm just not a screamer or yeller. Or I mean, I can freak out at things, but I'm not naturally an over the top person. Um, unless I'm really passionate about something. Um, but there are a lot of screamers out there at scenes, and sometimes like they look like really nice people. By the way, all these reactors look like they are really nice people. So it's not them as people, but sometimes I'm like, that's such a reaction. But I also think it's a culture thing because I mean, maybe I need to go and find more British reactors to stuff because I never grew up around anyone who screamed and yelled like that. If I'm watching tennis or here we go again, sports, then I'll yell and stuff like that. Or if you're watching a show, I'll get angry and maybe I'll cuss someone out. It depends on what language. Yeah. You were a background actor once when ballet. My best friend loves the ballet. We've gone to see the Nutcracker, Romeo and Juliet. I love it. The ballet is amazing. It's hard. Yeah, you'll never be that. Honestly, trust me. And it's really hard for you in a background actor as well. One, you might not get paid because they love to tell you it's about experience, and I hate that. They love to try and get actors to not do work but do it for free, and I really hate that. It's like you wouldn't ask anyone in any other profession to do that, and stop saying to people it's an experience. I've had to tell my agent to stop doing that. Stop saying to people it's an experience, because what you're doing is stopping them from earning money. And they're going to go to set. And yeah, you can have fun, but they don't realize they're just going to be sat around for ages. Or it, you have to really be passionate about acting, really do. Oh, you're very sensitive to loud noises, Steffi. Do you know what? I've only been speaking to people realize I've got um, noise sensitivity to certain things. I can't do ASMR. Um, it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. I can't be around someone who chews with their mouth open or just chews chewing gum with their mouth. I can't. Um, I can't. Um, so yeah, it's only finding out from talking to people how sensitive I am to certain noises. I don't know if anyone else gets it when do you know if you hear the clock ticking and then all of a sudden that just sounds like it's booming in your ear, and then you have to I have to center myself to get rid of that. I know. I just ASMR. Oh, it's the worst. It's almost as bad as ice cream. Jeanette's reaction and recommendation lately. I found it out about from. Oh, okay, great. Because she comes. Jeanette comes across as really sweet, lovely. You know, she's really into her shows as well. So you're watching someone clearly loving what they're doing, and it's always nice to know that you can tell they like what they're doing. They like what they're reacting to. Evelyn Wang, yeah, she's a British reactor. Yep, yep, yep. I think she's from. Is she from Hong Kong? And she lives in. I know about her. I once tried to send an email because I had to. I didn't know how to get reactions up because I didn't know there was a link for GMMTV to get up, but she didn't respond. And I think I sent it on Twitter, but I don't. Like, I know she's very popular, and I know she reacts to a lot of stuff, and she seems like a lovely person as well. Like she gets into her shows. So yeah, Evelyn Wang's a great one as well to go and watch as reactor. I guess a lot of us tend to maybe have a bit of noise sensitivity, but I guess it's also nice because you can. I'm just when I watch. I don't know, maybe because I'm not a virgin and stuff like that, and I have sex. That watching the kiss scenes and stuff like that is it's more like, oh, this is romantic, right? And then I spoke about sex. Um, I don't know. It's just screaming. I screaming is not me. I can't even do it like when I go out. Like I get made fun of by my friends whenever we go out and someone's screaming because I think naturally my reaction is to kind of look and be confused on what's going on. No, I understand about being in the mood. I'm what you call an extroverted introvert. I actually love being by myself my own time, but when I have to be out, especially in acting circumstances, I am more extroverted because you feel like I feel like I have to be sometimes, or just naturally that happens, especially after a drink. Fangirl mood, really happy. Now, if you want to freak out with someone, freak out with someone. I don't think there's anything wrong with you screaming and yelling. It's personally not what I do. But that's only me. Again, if you want to scream and yell, you do that. Especially when you're with a group of people because they're into the same things you are, and it can be fun and stuff like that. That's just how people are. I want to get my best friend to do a reaction. I don't know what to because if you think I'm blunt, I mean, technically in real life, I am the more blunt of the two of us, but she's more likely to say it and just not give an F. Um, but obviously, she doesn't know anything about BLs and anything of that nature. But I might get her to watch something. I just have to figure out what, because she would have to really get into it, and I'm not sure if she would. She's more into her gaming and Marvel and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and stuff like that. You can't deal with weird crunchy noises. Yeah, crunchy noises. Yeah, I'm not particularly fond of the sound of a baby's laughter or children. Oh, you have definitive noise and touch sensitivity. Oh, okay. Oh, definite noise. I don't know why I said definitive. It's definite noise and touch. I don't know about touch sensitivity with me. Maybe texture. I'm not sure. I've never looked into that actually. See, my problem as well with noise is sometimes I feel like the videos that I'm watching, because they can sometimes be really loud on here, but it's also I am slightly deaf, so I have to uh, usually put uh, noise at a certain level, and then I have to turn it down. So sometimes that's why you might see me, apart from obviously being short sighted, you might see me going, because then I have to kind of, I don't want it too loud because then obviously you want to hear the reaction to it, but it's not fun having any form of hearing problems. Yeah, yeah. Do you know what? I understand what you mean about musicals and stuff like, and BTS. Obviously, I love musicals. Um, I would always say everyone should go and see Wicked and definitely Little Shop of Horrors and Avenue Q. Avenue Q, I still love. I love all three of those. Wicked and Avenue Q, I have the soundtrack somewhere from the original people that my friend sent me. Who, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, ASMR. I can't just hear. Just even seeing you type that out hurts my soul. Snoring is yours. I can understand that. I think a lot of us see it's weird. There's snoring. It could be snoring, or someone's just a heavy breather, or just breath. But some people, I know what you mean about. Oh yeah, well, we're not friends now. Not because we hate each other. Just drifted apart. She obviously lived where she lived, and I've never known someone to snore that loud in my life. She would always warn us, go to bed before I do because I snore really bad. And I didn't have a car at that point, so I had to get the coach, and I was like, I can't sleep. The Untamed and Word of Honor are much more romantic than a lot more explicit shows, and it clearly shows we don't need kissing in bed scenes if they show intimacy in other ways. So why force people that are clearly uncomfortable to do these things? I mean, I haven't got fully into the Untamed to see the kind of romance side of it. If I'm honest, like I'm only up to episode 8, and I wouldn't have known that was a BL from a BL novel. I should say. I was just watching a show that I was starting to enjoy. With Word of Honor, you can see it clearly with the poetic and lyrical nature of it and the hidden messages. But you are right, you don't always need kissing in bed scenes. Like that's not how everyone is anyway. You know, not everyone likes to kiss, not everyone sleeps with their partners, and intimacy can be shown in a variety of ways. But that's not to say that, you it differs as well because of the censorship and obviously China's standpoint on LGBTQ people. Um, but the show is showing is highlighting that you don't really need these to still make a show work, and there are always hidden meanings that people will tell you or you can figure out along the way. But I'm also guessing you mean why force the actors to do those type of intimacy scenes if they're uncomfortable. Um, I'm guessing that you also mean from an actor standpoint. Yeah, I understand what you mean about if they're uncomfortable doing these things, but this is the if they know what the show entails or what it's about, then there is a chance that those type of scenes. I don't know. I'm thinking of a UK standpoint, which is very different. You know, you're always given a heads up when you audition for something that this is what the character is going to be like, or this might be what happens down the road. So, and then it's the actor's choice to either take the role or audition for it. If you're uncomfortable, then it's hard because it's a very hard thing. But coming from that standpoint, if I'm looking at that message, what you're saying, yes, shows you can show without the intimacy thing, but as an actor, you also have to be prepared, because they always tell you that you just as an actor you have to be prepared, because if you're not prepared to be something you're not in real life, then you're not going to convince people on screen of your acting. It's not like just because you play a BL or an LGBTQ queer person doesn't mean that you are that person in real life. If I get to people for the first time, yeah, I know that's definitely not as I know that I don't know you in real life, but or in person. But yeah, I get that. I think a lot of people who are introverted are very quiet, and then as you get to know someone, you build confidence. It's about, I think for me, it's about trust, because I'm not very trusting of people in general, so I have to kind of get to know someone, and even then, I'm always a bit on a back foot just in case. Oh, I love blunt people, especially as reactors. But you also got to be careful being blunt, because people get so offended, and you're like, okay, okay. I mean, I can't stand the sound of nails and chalk. Adam, I'm with you. That's why. That's what I think ASMR and things like that, chewing with your mouth open. That's what it is to me. It's that kind of noise. I liked Always Sunny in Philadelphia till they gave one of the characters. Oh, wait, which character in Always Sunny did they do that to? Oh, you mean? Oh, you talking about Dennis? No, I don't think he doesn't have that, does he? Dennis doesn't have that. Dennis is just a legitimate psychopath. Like, he doesn't have personality. No, he doesn't have border personality. Who is it? Oh, you make me think now. You might have to say who that is. I love how we're all bonding over our hatred of noise. You love Marvel and games too. I'm glad people do. I mean, I watched WandaVision and I thought that was brilliant, but I also looked at it such a different standpoint. Whereas my best friend did not like it until episode 3 or 4, whereas I got the references, so I was like, oh, but obviously she got more of the hidden meanings, because I've only ever seen 2, 3 Marvel movies. You saw all 3. You have amazing taste. I don't know who that's to. It sucks because I hate snoring as much as I do, because I take. Oh, actually, do you have insomnia? Because I have that. So if I'm not obviously on here with you guys right now, if I'm not reacting to something, I'm then editing. If not, I just can't sleep. I generally am a night person, so all of a sudden nighttime comes and my body wakes up, and I find it very hard to sleep. And even then, when I do sleep, I tend to not sleep much, like, unless my body completely crashes. Oh, by the way, sorry for the random question, but do you have a schedule for You don't have to say sorry. You're allowed to ask questions. This is why it's a live. You can ask questions. Um, I I don't have a schedule yet. I know that. Let's see. See, here's the board again. Um, I mean, I do have Tuesday and Wednesdays free on here for this week. I know that I want to put Nobleman Ryu's wedding first, but I put episode 1, 2 like that together, so there's only going to be 4. I'm literally about to post episode on Monday, episode 4 of I Told Sunset About You. Um, hmm. So in regards to that, because I'm close to finishing I Told Sunset, I would say by next week I will have Nobleman Ryu's Wedding out, and then I think once I end I Told Sunset About You, I might add Word of Honor and The Untamed. So I might put The Untamed on Mondays, and then Wednesdays put another episode of Word of Honor, because I'm so far ahead, but also because people can help me, because I just want to be enough ahead of The Untamed where I'm not completely spoiled. That's all it is. I just don't want to be spoiled what's coming. I know people don't mean to. Okay, I want to say in 2 weeks I will start putting out The Untamed, but I might end up having a drink on the weekend and just posting it. That's what sometimes you see me post 2 or 3 videos, not because I'm drunk, or sometimes, but sometimes it's just I want to get something out. And because I'm up to episode 8, I feel like I can start pushing The Untamed out soon. And it will be via Vidyard, how I'm doing Word of Honor, because they will not allow that up. I would love to be able to tackle asexuality. Yes, please, can we? Like, I would love clear out someone who's pansexual, demisexual, asexuality, aromantic people. You know, there are many different layers to people in the community. I think BLs have a long way to go still. They are so much better than they were, and I have to give them credit. I really do, especially Thailand, because I feel like Taiwanese shows have been good. Koreans have started to pick up, which is great. I haven't really watched Vietnamese ones to know. I think Thailand is starting to get better. I feel like this year and last year has really started to pick up, and I feel like they're a bit more respectful, kind of. But I'd love for them to tackle asexuality, because at one point I thought I was asexual because I had, or aromantic because I had absolutely no desire, feelings towards people, but for about 2 years, but then that changed, and I went back to my old ways. Really interesting. Yeah, trust is really important. People misunderstand things really easily. I'm going through the questions, and you've obviously asked stuff, and I'm a bit behind. People misunderstand things all the time, and especially with me, the way I speak to people. I think sometimes people think I'm being rude, and I think I'm being nice. Turns out I'm not. I'm usually extremely open about that others are, but usually guarded about others. Dennis really got diagnosed with that? I mean, he definitely doesn't have that. He is just a legitimate psycho, and I didn't realize that that's what he was diagnosed with. I have to be honest, I haven't actually watched an episode of It's Always Sunny for over a year now. I need to go back to, because honestly, Dennis doesn't have. For me, Dennis doesn't have that, because he does like he just, for me, is a legitimate psychopath, and that's why I like the character of Dennis and why it's so funny, because you have to watch the show. For anyone out there who wants to watch the show, you don't have to watch season 1 because Danny DeVito is not in it yet. But you'll see the progression of all the characters. Sweet D is my favorite. And I keep saying this, please go and watch Schitt's Creek. Just go and watch it. Just watch the whole show once if you can, and then if you don't like it, don't like it. If you do, welcome. I didn't realize that that's what they officially diagnosed Dennis with. That makes no sense. If I do, it's not diagnosed. It's a hard thing about being diagnosed with stuff, because I've been to doctors who've said certain things to me. They think this is it, but they haven't diagnosed me with something. I won't say on here, but it's nothing that bad. But you can't say you have that unless you've officially been diagnosed. But I've had doctors say you've got this, but it's like, that's great, but you think it, and you've done tests, but you have never officially diagnosed me with it. So it's like, then. That's why a lot of times you upload around midnight. You upload around midnight here. Yeah, I also sometimes think like I'm going to post something earlier, and then something happens and I'm like, oh crap, I've got to go and do this. So then I've got to go and pick up someone or drive or I'm editing something. So obviously the wait time for something to be edited, and then by the time I'm going to upload it, it's like, oh no, it's late. And I'm like, crap, I need to upload earlier and just get it out. Or I put it on Patreon first and then I put it online. But yeah, I also just, I'm a night person. 3 a.m., 6 a.m., yeah. I've also, my problem is I've been listening to a podcast by someone called Nicole Byers, and her friend, who's an actress, Laura something, and they were doing Tyler Perry. They were going over Tyler Perry movies and stage shows, and I've been watching that, and that keeps me awake because it's too funny. Light on Me. That had 16 episodes. Okay, that is on the list. Now, what I sent you, there should be two images because they couldn't. It wouldn't show you I Promised You the Moon and Light on You. Light on You is something that's on the list that I will be reacting to, but it just won't be for a while. How do you manage to juggle so many shows? Uh, that's really difficult, actually, and I don't get tired watching the shows, but people don't realize that sitting down reacting to a show, especially if I'm doing two, takes a while because you have to sit down and noise around you, my dog's barking or my phone going off or something, to distract you, and then you have to pause and you have to wait and you have to get back into it, and it's also uncomfortable to sit down for a while. It's not easy to do so many shows, and also it's not easy when they don't really get many views because then you kind of go, why am I doing this? Like, why? I do want to take a step back on how many shows at least I put on YouTube. I don't know about Patreon because it's easier to put stuff on Patreon because you just kind of got to edit a small amount. How long does it take you to edit an episode? That depends. That's a good question. It really depends. If you're only allowed 10 minutes of a program or something like that, it's really difficult because you have to kind of you edit it down and you want to edit a nice scene where you say something, but at the same time, sometimes I'm so engrossed in a show that I just kind of go, hmm. It's like, oh. But it really depends. It depends on how much time you're allowed. If they're very funny about it, then it can take a few hours because you have to kind of get, say, the 10 to 30 seconds, usually 10 to 15 seconds they allow. Then you have to keep um, a break of, say, 30 to a minute of something, but you don't want to completely take away a minute sometimes of a show because something interesting happens. So you have to go through what's interesting. Like I said, I'm not the best editor. Like, I wish I was better at it and better at graphics and stuff like that. But like Supernatural can take me a while because they could be funny. But the one good thing about WB is if you dispute it, they take it off and they can monetize it and you can have it up without any problems. Whereas other shows they just don't. It really depends. But you give me respect for a lot of shows, Jeanette. But yeah, the Patreon side of it is not difficult. The YouTube side is difficult for me because it's so many. I need to take a step back. That's why I think it'd be easier for me to start putting out Word of Honor and The Untamed because I've got so many of them up, and that means I don't have to react to another show. Or if I react to a show that's on Patreon, YouTube will get it a while. Like, I'm on to episode 6 of Until We Meet Again, and so I probably won't have that on YouTube for quite a while, even though I'm up to episode 3. It gets copyrighted, but it's not up yet. And White Destiny is just about to end, so that frees me up as well to give me a break. But I like to work. I like to actively be doing something. Sorry, I went on a tangent as usual. Oh, you love that I'm so active. Thank you. Because honestly, not getting so many reactions to views to stuff sometimes makes you go, wrong time, wrong video, not interesting for people. But it's tiring. But I would rather be tired doing something that I'm enjoying and hopefully you guys are enjoying, than to do something, I don't know, that I don't like. You don't look that sick or stupid. Why would anyone say stupid or sick? Like, also, yeah, disabilities is a really difficult thing. I've spoken about my friend having into hypertension cranial IHH or H. In other words, it's intracranial hypertension or something like that, which is she's suffers from tinnitus, a hole in her head. She can get sick. She can get meningitis if she gets sick. It's a really bad condition. It's very rare, and because her disability isn't in a physical sense that you can see, or you can see, people do tend to go, "Oh, you don't look that sick," without knowing what she's gone through. Like, I've watched my friend in a hospital bed, and like her hair fall out and just being really sick. People don't know what someone goes through. Just because you look healthy doesn't mean there isn't something wrong, or you don't have a disability. And also, on how do you live like that? It's none of their business how you live your life. But I guess if someone is genuinely intrigued by what you're telling them, then maybe, I don't know. It's a hard thing because you want to be respectful, and you should always be respectful to someone. And it's up to obviously you, Tally, and how you want to explain things to people, and hopefully they take it then. The podcast name. Sorry, guys, I'm so behind. The podcast name, because look, I have my phone. The podcast is called. It's called Newcomers. So Newcomers. It's just that they did Star Wars. They went through Star Wars. I know nothing about Star Wars. They went through Lord of the Rings, and apparently they're funny as well because they get confused. Agreed. I'm honestly, yeah, reacting stuff sometimes is hard. I love it when I can go through a whole show without being interrupted, but thank you guys for saying you like it. I'm so behind on this. Um, but thank you guys for saying you like it. I'm not, obviously, when I tell you this, I'm not seeking for you to say, "Oh," I'm not trying to fish for a compliment. It's just, this is what happens when you do channels. Eh. Um, your channel is one of the only ones that I'm consciously thinking about coming back to see if you. Oh, thank you. That's really, really nice. Yeah, YouTube notifications really irritate me. Now, I got a notification because I have two YouTube channels. So I have the one with my real name, which I never use, but I will subscribe to people's channels with it. So you have more subscriptions, and it helps you, especially if you want to get monetized. Now, weirdly enough, the live showed up, but I have barely had any notifications about any of the stuff I put up, and it's really frustrating because you could tell someone to. Do they still have a bell on? No, they don't do the bell stuff anymore. I don't think, or maybe they do. Um, oh no, wait, that's tennis. Um, yeah, notifications suck. Like, I've seen maybe once or twice in the last 2 months one of the stuff I'm reacting to, because I'm also subscribed to my own YouTube channel. Um, but it doesn't show up, and it's really frustrating because I'm like, okay, well, it's not showing up. So people, not everyone actively searches. I also don't actively search usually someone's channel unless, like you're saying, that if something you really like it. I have my subscription list to the side, not on a note on the actual side, but I don't actively check it all the time. So if you're not giving me a notification, I'm not going to know someone's posted something, and then it's going to affect their algorithm. And I genuinely love to help people. um you're, you're genuinely someone I watch when I'm stressed. Oh, thank you. So Generally, someone I watch when I'm stressed out. Yeah. Oh, that's really nice. I don't know if I should be saying that's nice when you're saying you're stressed out. Ah, you actually help to distract myself when I have anxiety attacks because you're engaging without stress. Oh, that's really nice to hear. If I can help you with your anxiety in any way, because that's really nice to know that I'm at least helping you in some way. Even if it's in a small way, just from watching my videos, at least it's helping you in some way. Um, Adam, same. I always feel so confident watching your reactions. Oh, thank you, Adam. Well, in regards to Patreon, as you those of you who are on there, you'll know. Steffi will tell you this. I'll randomly not post something for 2 to 3 days, and then all of a sudden you'll get like 7 or 8 shows, and that's because I have this weird habit of if I react to something, usually I won't react. Like I will be on my phone and then I'll react to something else because I use my phone. Because look, it's fine. It's HD. You don't always need a camera, not like this crappy webcam. Um, but I tend to kind of do 3 or 4 programs in one night, especially if it's Patreon to upload because I'm not editing that much. Um, but I'll tend to do 4 or 5 programs and then I'll upload them. And then, of course, you wait for them to be uploaded on Google Drive because Google Drive is easier, or Vidyard, which is still is hard. And then I'll all upload them at once. So all of a sudden you'll get 5 or 6 notifications and you're like, why is he putting up 5 or 6 programs when clearly he's wearing a different top and it's a different day? You got a notification for both my goddamn lives because chat didn't turn up. And then when that was really frustrating. But no, I got the notification. Isn't it amazing that my lives will be notified to us? But like, the only way I know, Jeanette, if you've got something coming up is actually randomly your notifications have come up for about when your live was coming up, and also I will go onto your Twitter. But I'm bad at that kind of checking stuff. If one of you leaves me a comment, then I'm like, oh, I'll go and look what's on their channel, like on their Twitter and stuff like that. But naturally, because I'm not a big Twitter person, but yeah, notifications suck. Yeah, you're only gonna find out if you and I'm talking to Steffi here with her comment. If you follow them on social media, both Twitch and YouTube tend to send me notifications only for stuff I don't watch that much, but not for the things I watch a lot. Is Twitch for game stuff? It is, right? I feel like I'm so old when I say that. I only got one. There was 2 lives though. But yeah, I had this random thing where I also like posting a lot of stuff at once, but it also sometimes you'll see me really randomly. Like I think a couple of times I've done Word of Honor, and I posted it the same day I watched it. I think episode 14 was I reacted that same day. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, so Twitch is now streaming because I know my nephew is a really good gamer. I've been telling him for a while now because he's 16, and I keep telling him, if you want to earn some money, why don't you do Twitch? Why don't you game? People love to watch people game. Like you guys know I'm doing reactions. And I keep telling him to do Twitch, and when you start, you're not going to need you can't have 2 screens so that you have your game screen and then the recording screen and a camera. It takes time. You build followers up, but he's too lazy to do it, and I'm not going to keep pushing him. If you don't want to do it, I've really helped you once. I'm a strict uncle. I have to be. There's too many of them. Oh yeah, and I've been sneaky. Who was it who asked my age? I'm not embarrassed, by the way, to say my age because I know I don't look my age. I am 33. There you go. I finally said it. There you go. That's probably why I sound like a. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Well, I definitely in terms of in person, I definitely don't look my age. People are very shocked when they find out my age, but then I guess on here and the things I talk about give away how old I am anyway. Um, but yeah, in person, I I definitely don't look that in person. I'm obviously looking much older on here. Yeah, you're all not shocked, but in person, when I said I still get ID'd. People get shocked. Like I said, in person, I look quite young. People usually tend to think I'm 26, and then they talk to me and they realize I'm older because of the things I talk about and maturity and stuff like that. Because then our reference shows that they clearly know that I have to be a specific age to at least know about it. You don't really look old on camera. You don't really. What I guess also, Jeanette, is I kind of I call sometimes people when I'm watching reactions kids or say they're so young. I've also, sometimes when I make a reference, you can tell I have to be over a certain age when I talk about stuff anyway. Yeah, a lot of people in real life assume I'm 26, 27, and then I say I'm 33, and they get really shocked because clearly they're expecting me to be younger than what I am, or I'm guessing they're expecting a 33-year-old to look quite old. I don't know. Maybe because they say white people age like days old mayonnaise, and because I'm not there yet, I'm not aging like days old mayonnaise. That they get shocked that I'm older than what I look. Oh, trust me, when you're in your 30s, you want people to think you look younger. And when people aren't shocked, you're like, well, how bloody old do I look? Well, I knew, well, Steffi, I knew I was one of your siblings' age because that's something you mentioned before. And I was like, yeah, trust me, I'm an 80s kid as well. I'm guessing, Steffi, you look pretty young if people are still shocked you looked 18. I wish people would. No, I don't wish people would mistake me for that. But over here, if you look under 25, they ID you, like for alcohol. So sometimes I get ID'd, and then sometimes I don't. And then obviously they see my age and they're like, oh, you're this old. And I'm like, thanks. I mean, 26 to 35 is still a big age bracket. But then it's strange because you can't tell what people's ages at all. You don't perceive an age gap. It's because you're young. You're like 25, I think. That's why. Wait until you're in your 30s, then you'll want people to tell you you're younger. Anyone? Jihun? Why no one? I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna watch a bromance. Apart from what I'm watching with Word of Honor and The Untamed. I'm not into bromances, but I'm sure clearly other people will be interested. When a 16-year-old, you say when a 16-year-old calls you aunt. My sister's eldest is 26 this year. So imagine when they find out they when she calls me uncle, and then they find out her age because she doesn't know her age, and they're like, "Oh, both of you are much older than we thought you were." I've only when my niece and nephews were younger, I was either mistaken for their older brother, and then I think once, which let me just point this out, I will never get this. I was maybe 18. Hold on, my nephew is now 24. So yeah, maybe I was 18, maybe younger, and I had my nephew, and I was going to take him to see like Scooby Doo when the movies came out, and that was the only time someone's ever like at such a young age, is this your son? And I thought the kid is about 7 or 8, and you think this is my child. I know I'm Irish and Italian, but come on. White bread. Well, it's a bit strange in my family because I'm definitely out of my sisters, apart from one, the most. I don't have to say this foreign looking, so the most least likely to look British because of my black hair, my blue eyes, and everything. Like I stick out. I have more of my Mediterranean side, whereas my other family have way more of the Irish side. But it also doesn't help that like a lot of us have different mums. So I've got one sister who has the same mom as me. Then my two elder sisters have the same mom, and then this gets confusing. One older sister and one younger sister have the same mom. and they're like they're ginger or light brown hair or something like that. They look Irish. And then there's me and one of my sisters where we look a lot more something else. A typical British person. Hmm. I don't know. Look at the royal family, but they're German, so no. Um, and Philip was Greek. I don't know. It's kind of hard what to say a typical British person would now look like because we're so multicultural. And I never really grew up with like British people, if that makes sense. Like everyone I grew up with, their family came from somewhere, or like either one or two generations back. Um, like my best friend is Jamaican and Scottish and Irish. Again, I'm Maltese, Italian, Sicilian, Maltese, and Irish. Oh, okay. It's quite interesting as you're seeing about how you look compared to your mom. Yeah, with your genetics, which I guess makes sense, like why you would look so different. The youngest of seven. Yeah. I mean, from the one, there are six of us, so I'm the second youngest. Of the ones that we know are we're related to. We might have other family because my dad. Um, white. We are all white bread. I just know my family. I'm not sure, like just Italy, like Sicily, Malta. But then I also have cousins who are Jamaican. So we have family from all over the world, and so I think we've got we definitely have some family now, kids from Asia. Oh, you all basically have different dads. I mean, that happens. Like, you'd be surprised how rare it is to find a really big family where everyone has the same mum or dad. Because a lot of like, it's hard to say with the ages. Because my two oldest sisters are a lot older, um, and it's weird because we all come from different decades. So the three youngest were in our 30s, then one in her 40s, and then two in their 50s. I'm I don't really know about the older ones. You joke you're an only sibling. I mean, I only grew up with one of my siblings, um, and she got pregnant when she was 15 and moved out at 16. So I didn't really grow up with her because she's a decade older than me, or like 9 years older than me. So she was already, I was really young when she left. So I kind of grew up by myself. Yeah, I mean, growing up, there was a typical 2.4 children idea. I don't know if that's a very Western way, but it was the idea. There was even a comedy show here at one point called 2.4 Children. Yeah, when you're very young and your siblings are much older than you and they move out and stuff like that, you kind of do grow up without them, if that makes sense. You have siblings, but you don't grow up around them because they live somewhere else. But yeah, the typical family is definitely more rare. Yeah, as what divorce, it's over 50% now for a lot of people within a certain amount of time. Do I have a favorite trope? Sorry, I keep looking at my phone because I've got a comment about I told Sunset about you why they think I have to put a filter above the the image because they think it's the soundtrack and it's not the soundtrack. It's also the visual that they block. Um, you've if you can, I don't know if you've asked before and again, random, but do you have a favorite trope you'd love to see? Favorite trope. This is really difficult because I don't find there's a variety in the tropes, but it's also hard to get a variety in these type of shows for tropes. In general for tropes because they're just all follow no matter where they come from in any country a similar narrative. Um, I do I have a favorite trope? I would no. I'm trying to think. I guess enemies to lovers has been one that sticks out because it's so much, and also I really liked We Best Love, and I thought they actually handled that for the most part pretty well. Um, what kind of trope was the one in Manner of Death? Was that just strangers to who attracted to one another? That I don't know. I like that how that went about. I'm trying to think of all the tropes now. Tally, don't worry. I think they all thought you meant that in BLs, not in real life. Who and also because Tally is someone who's watched um, the history for reactions that I did, which if I put on Vidyard, I might put up on YouTube. Um, I just know that for me, the Step Brothers was not no. But I also had someone comment on Patreon about how they are super popular in China, that or in the West, in over in Asia, that they were really popular, and apparently at some point they got really angry that the younger stepbrother wasn't in an episode properly, and they were I don't know. I was just like, it's a cultural thing. They think they're more into it. I'm not into it. I I didn't have a problem that no one should shame you for liking it. That's your choice because you're talking about fiction. You're not talking about real life. That's why you're clearly saying in BLs. For me, didn't do anything for me. I think it might have. I might have enjoyed it more if they'd become stepbrothers later in life. I think it was to do with him knowing him when he was a kid. And he's also the younger brother's creepiness. That's a big issue. Yeah. Um, hidden identity trope. Hidden identity. Who's doing hidden identity tropes? Oh, what's that? Manner of Death. All I know is I don't like body swap. I hate the body swap tropes. I just think it's very disrespectful. Yeah, I can understand that, Bethan. About not caring about the tropes and about the storyline and the acting. It really does come down, I think, even as much as people like a trope, it really does come down to the storyline and acting at the end of the day, because you can forget a trope if you really, really get into the acting and storyline. But tell you, I mean, the stepbrothers in History 4 had an added problem of stalking and assault. Yeah, that I think was a major no-no for me, because I don't think it was needed as much as he was creepy and stuff like that. There was the way they worked on about his insecurities about what happened with his father's side really could have helped develop the character more and given, I think, a wider audience a better understanding. They just didn't need to do the assault and stalking part. I just because it really tapers off and makes no sense to his character later on. Also, do you have a BL that you watched but didn't react to and really loved? Cherry Magic. I really, really like Cherry Magic. I genuinely, the reason I didn't react to it is I just wanted an actual time away from reacting to something and to be able to enjoy it without having to react. Because for me, it's actually hard. Because naturally, I'm not. All of us, we're not going to talk through a show, and then I know I'm reacting, so I have to talk through a show, and I'm like, okay, and I really, and also, Love Line, what's it called? That Japanese. I always get this name wrong. Love, something. Love on the Line is another Japanese one that I didn't react to. But it's really good. Japan is doing quite nice because they've been doing it for a while. Um, what is what, especially if the one lead is a girl in reality makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, that's what was that called? The Shipper. I'm not going to ever watch that. Just so anyone knows, I really don't like it. I haven't watched Something Academy because of the whole body swap stuff. Uh, love Cherry Magic. I honestly Cherry Magic. Apart from that really bad fake out kiss, like that really annoyed me because it was baiting to the audience. Considering the other side couple got a kiss, who wasn't as interested in the story for me. But in an overall sense, Cherry Magic is really really good. And it's also interesting how they depict a 30-year-old virgin. I've never met a 30-year-old virgin, but I doubt that's how they depict themselves. Your name. I'm not. I don't really know much about anime. I wish I did know more. Um, the only kind of like manga anime stuff apart from Pokemon, and Digimon growing up is Gravity or Gravitation. Was it called? It was a gay anime. Um, and Battle Royale. Love Life on the Line. Thank you. Ugh, I never get that right. It's really, really good. It's 4 episodes, and there's a nice, nice element to it as it goes along. Yeah, I'm not going to watch the ship, and also, as you all can guess, with how I can be quite candid, I probably wouldn't be able to hide my dislike for it overall, even if the acting was good. Because I was interested about the main girl because I actually found her character on Theory of Love quite interesting. Argument about the importance of virginity in creativity. Well, yeah, I mean there are virgins out there, and they have a story, and they have a voice, and that's why Cherry Magic I think is also very interesting because someone has a voice, even if it's used in this means. Just because you're not a virgin doesn't mean you can't talk about it. I think that's a weird thing for someone to say to you, Tally, that because you're not a virgin that you can't talk about virginity in queer TV. Of course you can. You can talk about anything as long as you're respectful. And I don't mean you, I mean a general you about people. Ice cream van. Yeah, need to tick that off. Again, if you want to ask questions about me, guys, you feel free to also ask if you want to get to know me, because obviously you know about the shows I watch. But also, as Jeanette's also a reactor, uh, what else is coming up for you? Like, what other things have you got coming up the pipeline that you would like to say? I also think we need more representation for queer identity that's not just a gay male perspective, because that's clearly the voice that's heard the most. So we need to hear more from people from all walks of life. Would I recommend? Look, um, Theory of Love is one of my favorite BLs, but that's me, and that's because Gon, who is to me one of the best actors a BL's ever had, he's an amazing actor. Um, Honestly, I think it's a roller coaster of a ride. Theory of Love, and that's where you've got to take it from. It's just how you view it. Personally, one of my favorites. I loved it, but doesn't mean I didn't get frustrated with characters and didn't call them out. Um, but I understand what you mean. I think you have to watch the show. I can't really spoil it for you, Jeanette. That's the problem, because if I say anything more, it would be a spoiler. It was, you kind of got to see the nuances in the characters. Also, it has for me a side storyline that is one of the most mature and most adult like I've seen in a BL. And I think it needed to be told. I mean, I can understand why people don't like Theory of Love, clearly, because there are going to be issues with it, like when you look at manipulation and things of that nature, because it's there. You like, it's hard to say because I like it, but if you don't like it, it makes complete sense to me. I mean, you can react to Fury of Love on your channel. I don't know if you actually do Thai BLs, um, or you could just watch it on your own. Or if you've got a Patreon, Jeanette, you could put it on there. Because I've got the link to when you want to get GMMTV videos unblocked. Because I can't remember who, Javi, I think one of the reactors put it up, and I found it. Oh yeah, definitely watch Theory of Love when you're in a good place. Don't watch it in a bad place. I don't think watch most of these BLs when you're in a bad place, because it just sets you off. Especially the ones that personally I consider good, because they will obviously send you on a ride. Yeah, because I didn't know, Jeanette, if you actually watched, as in reactions, put up any Thai BLs or anything like that. Because I know, because I've been watching your Word of Honor reactions after I've done mine. So I've started to catch up on your ones while, not spoiling. Because obviously I missed the window. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, talking about history, the one from History 1 Obsessed. So, one about, I think, the one being that famous idol and his stepbrother or something, and they fall in love. Well, he just got married to his Japanese boyfriend. Oh no, no, it's not that one. It's the one. Okay, no, it's the one where, oh god, he has to go back in time to fix something. That actor, he married his Japanese boyfriend. But I would say the histories have come a long, long way. A long way. Because obviously they were testing the waters and how they could do these shows. Because Taiwan is progressive, you still have to see how it's going to work. I did he say it on live? I just happened to find it because someone obviously who follows me posted it on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh, I'm on Twitter. Oh look, this is up." I think Trapped is a lot of people's favorites. I liked Crossing the Line. I like Trapped. Um, but it's a shame that Andy, the one who had the red hair, won't ever do BLs again. Because I would love for them to do a sequel to Trap 2. Also, please get more. Yeah, I have a big issue with the idea of it, they did well, I guess, with Until We Meet Again with of the fem men. Um, but yeah, they do tend to make the femme gay characters caricatures. They kind of make fun of them, and it gets very frustrating when you go, but why are you making the femme characters like this? Because no one's on, everyone's on a different spectrum. It's yeah, it's frustrating watching it because you can see there's actual harmfulness to what they're putting out. Okay, so you do kind of like you did Lovely Writing Golden Blood, which I haven't seen yet. So you put like what? So you only put like the pilot, the first episode on your Patreon, and then that's it. But you don't do it on your normal channel, which makes sense. Like you have an area that you want to be in, and that's what goes on your normal channel, your YouTube channel. Who is Ku Heart and Earth? Like there's so many like Earth is from Until We Meet Again, and I don't know who Ku Heart is at all. I mean, I know who Fluke is and Earth, but I don't know who Ku Heart is. You said they play the same kind of character until we meet again. Mm. Oh, God, it's Earth. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see him in more things. I'm sure of it. Hi, Nice. Have you reacted to Until We Meet Again? I have. I'm on episode 5 on Patreon. It will come out on YouTube at some point. I've got the first 3 episodes up there unlisted, and they get copyright claims. So I'm just like, they can wait. But I will have it up there because it's been asked a few times about that show. It's like a semi rewatch for me. I think I got up to episode 12, and then I just didn't watch it anymore, and I'm not sure why. I definitely, and I don't remember much of it because I watched it when it first came out. I've never thought about it really until people asked. I don't really remember much of it. Yeah, don't really remember much of it. I'm enjoying it more than I think I thought I was going to, but I am only up to episode 5. Um, Italian. Oh, okay. So you mean you want Fluke and him to do a show together? I wouldn't say everyone because I've never thought about ever them as a couple, but I guess they're very popular by the sounds of it. To be honest, I just go with the flow. I just go with the flow when they put these actors together, and I'm like, here we go. Let's see, like, if they can bounce off one another. Until we meet again gets better as it goes along. See, when I originally watched it, I just found it too slow paced for me, and so as it went along, I just lost interest. But I think this time around, as I'm finding it more interesting now, that I hope you're right and it gets better. I'm sure it will. Most shows do if you give it a chance. You also hope for more characters that are just like, so I'm gay, hi, want a date. So you just want upfront people. Isn't that what he wasn't gay, but wasn't that like Alex and Until We Meet Again? An upfront bi man. Literally, as Ashley typed that out, I said the same thing about his character. Oh, I hate that's a trope I hate, which is I only like you, or I'm not gay, but you're the only man I've ever liked. It's like, go away, get out of here. Like, I've lost interest in you now. Of course, yeah. Well, yeah, bi people definitely exist. You can't deny that. I mean, the world doesn't live around just gay men. Like in these shows, it needs to have better representation. There's quite a there was a whole thing about what characters are bi because there's quite a, they never specifically say a character's bi, and I guess you don't actually have to say what your preferences are. But Tay, uh, who else? Alex, Win. I think he's not Win because he's the actual name. What was his name in Together? What was his name again? Whatever that character. Uh, there's quite a few characters that I guess are bi. They just haven't that felt the need to say they're bi. It's a bit weird. I feel like they're still a bit unsure of how to put that across on shows. Consent aware. I mean, like I said, I'm only up to episode 5 again on Until We Meet Again. But yeah, I guess sometimes when you try to make yourself too aware in a show, it can feel very forced. I would say Until We Meet Again has had the best example of a character just clearly, very nonchalantly saying, "Oh, by the way, these are my preferences." And I think Alex did that. As much as it was uncomfortable watching him hit on someone who clearly told him multiple times they weren't interested, but his casual way of just more or less saying, "I like both. I like men and women," and there was no issue about that. I think was really refreshing because it was just, oh, he kind of stated it, but it wasn't a shock value thing. It was just he stated it, that was his intentions, and there you go. I don't think any of the BLs have done it like that. Like it was written quite well and acted quite well. I think that's why it stands out. So does anyone have any more questions about any shows I'm reacting to or just about me if you want to ask any? A gay Disney movie. Didn't they technically have a gay character at least? I know not. I'm not talking about that because they had it on a kids show, but Disney, Beauty and the Beast, the live remake, wasn't Gaston's friend supposed to be in love with him? It is awkward. You don't have to ask me anything. It's just simply if you wanted to know my actual name or hobbies or I don't know favorite subject when I was younger at school. That's just all about getting to know me, but you don't actually have to get to know me personally. You could just talk about the shows and things like that. Well, I've been having to do auditions again. So I did a McDonald's an advert. Well, a self tape for a McDonald's commercial, which is funny because I don't eat McDonald's. Um, and just stuff like that. I'm hoping to get back into that, but theaters and stuff like that, and stuff. It's really hard because it's still quite closed off, and you have to be very careful. It's also just really hard with acting because unless you're very well known, they don't really like to think of you. You kind of get passed over. I was hoping to go away, but obviously I can't go abroad because the UK is kind of off limits to a lot of countries with COVID right now. I mean, but I'm also someone who likes to travel with people. That's the problem, and because I'm single, I don't really have anyone to travel with. I can go with my best friend here and there, but obviously we can't travel right now. But I'm someone who likes to go and travel with someone. Uh, Otherwise, just I don't know. Maybe we're looking into getting an opening for the channel, like like how people have like, little music and stuff like that playing. Maybe some graphics. I'm not good with graphics. Uh, Other than that, no real plans, unfortunately. Definitely won't be on Grinder. What music do you currently listen to? I want to know if my hunch is right. It really depends on music for me. So clearly, it's going to be K-pop because I listen to that all the time. I've been back into listen to En Vogue, um, and stuff like that. For some reason, I don't know why I like listening to Nightcore, even though it makes the voices higher. For some reason, it's entertaining. Um, I've been back listening to the Queen of the Damned soundtrack and Disturbed and all of that. Um, but it is mainly K-pop. Oh yeah, you can find out my name. I mean, I'm not hiding my name. It's not like you people can do anything. My real name is Lee. It was part of my first name anyway. I never realized with the name channel that is actually very close to my initials. Um, all alternative bands. I never was into like Panic at the Disco and stuff like that when they first came out. Not that I disliked them; it was just they were kind of there. I don't think Evanescence is an alternative. Oh, brand. Oh no, bands. I like Evanescence, but I don't know if they're alternative. I like Nightwish and Lacuna Coil, but I don't know if they're alternative. I liked. Is it Coco Rosie? Yeah, Coco Rosie is quite good. And I really liked a Lana Del Rey song, uh, but no one really remembers it because it was before she got big, big. You Can Be the Boss, I think it's called. We'll just put that in and you can find the song. Yeah, Nightcore. I just find Nightcore quite interesting. Yeah, I've got the Queen of the Town soundtrack. Obviously, not. I love it. Jay from Orgy on it. Also, is it Tricky and XS? My old flatmates when I lived in Bristol in the UK. the guy from that band used to teach at her musical school in Bristol, and she said how nice he was as a person. What do you do apart from making videos? Well, I usually audition for stuff, acting stuff, look after my two dogs that are somewhere. Um, so that kind of work there, looking after them. I have a disabled mother, so I have to go to hers and look after her. But to be honest, making the videos takes up a lot of time. So you would consider them alternative. There you go. They're the alternative bands. K Rock, yeah. J Rock. I remember, like I mentioned earlier, J Rock years and years ago. And I remember, was it Tokyo Hotel? Because that's how someone got me. My ex boyfriend really liked them, and then he was like, "You got to listen to these J Rock bands," and they were quite good. And then obviously, because Tokyo Hotel was a German alternative band, I guess. I'm sure they were German. Original. I don't think I have an original soundtrack. Um, oh, I like Ramstein as well. Um, I literally the name I literally just mentioned. You did, Tally. Favorite? I don't really have a I don't really have a favorite original soundtrack from shows. I just really like the music, um, and the score of shows. Because it all depends as well. Like if I'm honest, I don't pay too much attention to the soundtracks. I just like the music, and also because I don't know, because I like being eclectic in what I like. Maybe I'll go back and look at something like movies that I love. Death Becomes Her. Maybe I'll need to go and listen to that soundtrack again this other and Beetlejuice. There you go. That's how you would know my age when I talk about movies like that. My dogs are lying around somewhere right now, probably hearing me about to say their names and look up. My dogs' names are Bronson and Muffin. Muffin, if you've ever seen him, is the kind of beige and white one. He's the older one, and then Bronson is the brown one with the overbite. The overbite, yeah. Tokyo Hotel. Yeah, I love Beetlejuice. As my friend from London calls it, Juicy Boy. Um, and we call Death Becomes a DBH. And obviously, I love in Death Becomes Her the gender reversal roles of it all. Like, it's so good. Once you finish the Untamed, every character that's important has their own song, and they are amazing. You should do reactions to the song lyrics after. Oh, okay. I have to look into that because it's hard getting songs up on YouTube. Yeah, I'm glad other people loved Beetlejuice and Death Becomes Her because I also liked, which is weird because it's called Now and Then, and I think it's because growing up I had a huge crush on Thora Birch and Christina Ricci. Thora Birch was Danny in Hocus Pocus, so the little girl in Hocus Pocus, and Christina Ricci was Wednesday Adams from the Adams family. And the joke always was be because when I smile, I smile like Wednesday Adams, and the joke was I was like her, but Oh, the lyrics, the songs are fine. Okay, because it's really hard getting songs up because usually they get copyright straight away. But yeah, Beetlejuice is great if you consider Michael Keaton is in, I think, 16 minutes of the whole movie. I think 16 minutes of the movie. I used to dress like in, yeah, well, everyone used to say I should have been part of the Addams family, and I was like, yeah, they're fictional. The music for Beetlejuice is amazing. It's also just got some amazing cast in it that just works really well together. Okay, now I was talking about having a crush when I was very young on Flora Birch, who randomly I think she was in The Walking Dead. I've never actually watched beyond season 2 of The Walking Dead, but I've watched reactions. Now I was talking about crushes. Who were do you when you were younger? What was the first crush you remember having on some uh, character on TV? Well, Morticia and Gomez have. Oh, I mean, they have a true deep love, a true deep love. As morbid as they are, oh, Angelica Houston as Morticia Adams. Yeah. When see, I loved Winona Ryder in Mermaids. If anyone has ever seen that film, it stars Winona Ryder, Christina Ricci when she was about 9 or 10, and Cher, who plays their mom. At least you got Morticia. I got called um, Gollum. People are not usually complimentary about how I look, so I got called Gollum. Or just they would say if I was in a movie about a horror movie, I'd be the killer. That's what they would say. It's like thanks. Probably would be. See, my first true crush that I remember, and this again will age me, just because I found the actress so beautiful was Twee Trang, who was the original Yellow Power Ranger. I'm guessing that yes is for Twee Trang. Well, I'm Catholic, so yeah, those type of schools. I feel like you're too sensible to end up in. Are you kidding me? Like, I mean, have you seen horror movies? Then no, you don't have to have sense to them. Also, I love horror. Horror is one of my favorite genres. So I would love. The only problem with as an actor doing a horror movie is you get pigeonholed and people don't really like them because they think they're quite lowbrow. Um, Also, you just wouldn't believe I was the killer because just if you saw me in person, you wouldn't ever think it. Did you miss anything? I said my real name. We spoke about the Adams family, crushes on characters when you were younger. I understand about not getting scared, but the thing is, what I love is I say I'm not scared. Then if I watch something and I'm completely by myself, I do that thing of, you know, when all the lights are off and so you either like look around or you run into the next room. You don't have to turn the light on. You try and get into the next room because you think someone's going to get you. But I quite like that. You broke into a psychiatric clinic. I mean, I guess it's the element of what went on there. It's more scary than probably what you saw, but still. Who is Troy Bolton? I've never seen High School Musical. Is that Efron? Zac Efron. Oh wait, Peter Pan. Is this the little blonde boy? The live action one where he's the little blonde boy. But the thing is, I like it when I watch a horror movie, and it really gets you because I was terrified growing up. I didn't like the Michael Jackson Thriller. I don't know why. I didn't like horror stuff, but then all of a sudden, on a rainy, thunder and lightning rainy night, they put on Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Scream, and I sat down and I watched it when I was much younger and loved it. Okay, so it was the little blonde boy from Peter Pan. I don't think I've ever truly watched that movie. I Hook. Now, if we're going to talk about Hook, because Robin Williams, I have for me as an actor, I don't know if you guys have inspirations in your life, not idols, because I don't believe in idols, because I think that's too much pressure. But I have people I respect and who made me realize I want to do acting or keep doing it. Technically, it's five, but it's four that really um, influenced me, which was Robin Williams, Whoopi Goldberg, and then there's two British actresses, directors, comedians called Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders. And yeah, it's just because someone mentioned Peter Pan, I was like, Hook. Like, Hook for me was a great film. And also, as a kid, I thought Gwyneth Paltrow's accent was real, but I was very, very young. Andy Lau. Don't think I've seen that show. Lestat. Yeah, my friend had a mass. I don't find men with long or longish hair. I just it doesn't do anything for me. But yeah, my best friend had a big crush on Stuart Townsend as a Lestat. Huge crush on him. Oh, Mitch. Okay. That man can sing. That man can sing. I haven't actually listened to them quite a while. So how is everyone doing around where you live? Like, are things opening back up for you? Are you able to go out more? Always best to ask how you guys are doing as well. You have crushes on. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. Everyone has their kind of preference. I tend to go for the more I don't like when we were talking about BL before, and someone pointed it out to me. I like someone like Toon or Nu, or if it was from We Best Off, it would be Sam. So I think I've got those are my kind of choices, and it's only hearing it back and they're like, yeah, you do have a type. Uh, I can imagine pentatonics are amazing in concert seeing as it's all like a cappella and live, and that's astounding if you think about it. No mask except in public transport now. Everything is easing up here. It's very strange here about the pandemic. We have millions of people against it marching in London. It's not real. It's a hoax. Uh, I have family members who believe it's 4G and the towers, and they're doing all of that. Uh, and it's hard to. It's hard, isn't it? Because you feel like it goes down and then it spikes again, and then if people go out and they don't adhere to what's going on, and then and then you know you have like especially over here we have people so against it, and then they don't believe it's real, but they're also talking about people with like cancer not being treated, and then we had the Indian variant here that was more aggressive, but also in terms of being vaccinated, quite a large portion of the UK is vaccinated now, I believe. I believe. I have to look that up. The Delta variant, yeah, that's been on the news over here. Oh, yeah, see, it's really strange. I live near a massive park. Um, so I wear my mask, but literally walking my dogs, and I kid you not, there was easily 1,500, maybe more people in the park. I didn't see more than 5 people with a mask on. Things things were supposed to start opening up here. Like they've obviously eased a little bit. You still can't be in larger groups than maybe 5, if that. And obviously you have to have space between staff. But they were starting to ease up, but then they've started to put people in a lockdown again. It's hard because you just don't know what to say to people because clearly you want people to be safe, but you can't force people. Wow. Okay. See, it's not against the law here. It's a no one's being arrested or fined over here. Um, so then it's the UK, and the UK are not terribly great with their laws. And also, as I've said before, it is a centre right country. So we have for a long time been governed by the Conservatives. So it's will Labour or will the left do anything? 35%. Netherlands. I'm glad it's at least 35%. I'm glad I'm not hearing you say 5%, but yeah, you're right. You need you need 70. Oof. It's just that's there's such a large portion of people who just will not, like and over here I'm sure if you've seen the news with the marches, I've had fellow actor friends, I usually stay out of their business like that, and I've not really argued with them, but I've just seen their stuff online, and it gets a bit personal. And you go, it's fine if you don't believe it, but if someone does believe it, you can't put them down for believing it. Just like you can't put someone down who's against it. You don't like you're saying for my health and my safety, I can't be around you. Especially considering, you know, I've recently been near people who, um, it was a couple of weeks after, but they've now got COVID. Yes. For some reason, my phone has decided to talk to me. Maybe not talk about COVID anymore because I don't want to put anyone in a headspace, a bad headspace. Let me ask you a question. What has been for like, watching reactors? What has been your favorite show to watch reactors react to? So this is Muffin. Not the mouth. And this is Bronson. This one likes to fight and argue with me. Go on then, boys. There you go. Go on. Good boy. Good. In a minute. Um, my mother named Muffin because of the color of his fur, and Bronson was already named, so we an older lady couldn't take him anymore. Um, so and she asked if we could because obviously we lost my other dog Gypsy a few years ago, and so we've had Bronson a while. So she'd been dead a few months. So he was already named Bronson after the actor. So that's who named them. I had to say, I think when I do get a chance to watch reactions, I do like A Tale of a Thousand Stars, just because I was so shocked at how much I enjoyed that show. Um, I guess We Best Love is the one that it's that couch scene. I That's the one I kind of watch people react to see how they react to it because everyone's different. I Told Sunset About You is a really, really good one to watch other reactors because it's so different. But, but yeah, I didn't name my dogs. I don't know what I would have named them, to be honest. Because people are so different with names, it depends. Some people give them human-like names. I would give them like object-like names. I know my friend wanted to call their dog Oi. So you, but yeah, Muffin is a Pomchi with Spitz, and Bronson is a Shorkie, so a Yorkie and a Shih Tzu. Okay, I'll be back in a second, guys. I just need to take them to go to the toilet because of the time. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So I see that you're talking about Lovely Writer. I have to be quite honest about Lovely Writer. It was quite refreshing to watch at first, but then I felt it also fell into the BL tropes that it was trying to talk about. And so that was a bit like, oh, you've kind of become these tropes that you were highlighting before. But the actors were really good, as their characters. Also, they kind of just dropped. What was his Aoi? Oi? His character, like, they gave us that storyline about his family, just kind of dropped it and made him the bad guy again. It was They could have done so much with him. Call it what you want. That is technically, after I stopped reacting to things, that's supposed to be the next one I react to, because I'm gonna have to pay the subscription to the channel because I don't want to watch it illegally. I'm hoping I can get that up on YouTube. Cat, my my friend's cat was 19 or 20 when it died last year, and then our neighbor's cat is around 18, 19. Cats don't really like me, and I don't really like them. We just know we're evil. We just don't connect. Oh yeah, the yeah, because that the people who do the reactions, the Thai people, he's also in. He's now in more BLs. He's acting because he's in Lovely Writer as well, and he was in Why Are You? Okay, so I'm wrapping up Why Destiny because it's the final episode. For you, those of you who have been able to catch some of the episodes, what did you think of them? And also any BLs that you're looking forward to that are coming up? Overall, I think they were pretty. Yeah. I completely understand what you mean here. Um, I think the Wednesdays episodes were very strong. I think if we it's hard because they're only allowed 2 episodes, and that makes it really difficult when you're watching a show that you only have 2 episodes to get everything done. I think some, which is very light and fluffy. Uh, Again, I think the Wednesday episodes were the 2 strongest. They actually genuinely did a good job for those 2 episodes, and I think the Friday episodes, so obviously it's based on people, were the second best. Um, because the Fridays episodes were the saddest, and it gave us such a different feel to the show because we didn't get that form of happy ending, if that makes sense. It was a different story, different telling, but the Wednesdays and Friday ones were good. Um, it's really hard though when you're only getting 2 episodes and there's so many couples. I would say Sat and is it Mun? Uh, if you want to use the word cute, are probably two of the cutest actors you can see on there, and they did like in terms of cuteness, they did amazing. But it was so weird that their friendship group Sat never appeared in anything, has these episodes, and then turns up in the Fridays episodes. It's like, oh, so you are friends? Yeah, the Wednesdays ones were the best part of the entire show, and they had a special episode, and they're gonna those two actors might get a series with them too because of their chemistry was amazing. I haven't seen Golden Blood, so I have no clue like how good or bad or indifferent I will be to it yet. It is on my list. Son, Sons was cute. I feel sorry for the actor, the younger actor, when they with the stuff they put him in. Um, it was nice. Is it Max his name? To see him playing a kind of softer side, considering I didn't like his character at all in Why Are You, apart from his massive Angelina Jolie lips. They weren't bad, those episodes. They actually gave you a nice dimension to the characters. But I don't know. Because those who have acted before, because I remember in Why Are You, we didn't really get to know them, and all of a sudden he was like, come to my house and have sex with me. I'd like to see them in more stuff because they clearly have great chemistry. Did you ever watch Why? No. I was told there's someone called Maz who is she's an admin for Perth who was in the Friday episodes of Why Destiny and was in My Engineer as Ram. She'd been telling me about watching that. She said it's very crazy. But now I should probably watch why, but I haven't. I am well. I was looking forward to Kin Porsche because that trailer, that movie that they showed us of it was really good for something that they filmed so quickly. Um, that is something I'm definitely still really want to see, and if it can live up to that trailer, then that show could blow up. What else? Game Boys the movie um, should be interesting. But it depends, like, because obviously I haven't bought the tickets to watch it. And then again, I never watched the special episode of Farm Type. I don't know why, I just haven't. I guess it's all this paying because I'm going to pay for. That's right. I'm going to pay for I Promised You the Moon because I want to do it through legal means, just in case, so they don't sue me. Uh, what else is a good show coming up? I was for my £10 patrons. I was going to react to Hello Strangers, the movie, but after hearing about the actor who plays Xavier, I was like, yeah, don't think it's the best idea to promote the movie right now. And then, unfortunately, with Gaia Sa Pelicula, I don't think we'll get a season 2, which makes sense. With Kin Porsche, they were filming at one point, or they were going to, and then someone caught COVID, so they had to shut down again. Um, I haven't really heard much about it. They're still advertising it, so I imagine that they're going to start filming it soon. But I think it's really going to be really difficult right now in Thailand. Uh Manner of Death vibes for Golden Blood. I hope so. If it gives me Manner of Death vibes, then I'm really gonna like it because I really enjoyed that show way more than I probably should have. Um, okay, Steph, you can give me the link. I mean, it's fine for putting stuff on Patreon. Like I don't have to worry about that. But if I want stuff on YouTube, especially for you guys who watch it on YouTube, it's harder because I don't like with copyright claims and strikes and stuff like that and being blocked. Like for Patreon, it's really simple to put this stuff up, but I do want to do it legally. Well, I'm looking forward to Game Boys the movie, and clearly when they do a season 2, because they will do it, I think. Because I never ended up watching Gaia Sa Pelicula, the special episodes. I should have, but then I was like, it's behind the scenes and it's a great perspective, but I'm not sure. Oh, the spin off with Winning Team from Until We Meet Again. Yeah, yeah, that's like I know. Look at me acting like I know. Apart from what I've seen on Twitter, I think it's supposed to be filming this year. I think so. Game Boys. Yeah, I've mentioned this before in my videos about Game Boys. After finding out that they never interacted, that they had to film theirs completely separate, send it into the director, and he would tell them to tweak stuff, and they had no interaction, so that their reactions were completely just reacting off of hearing a voice was or when they did table reads, but watching them react together, it was really good when we saw them together, and they're both amazing actors. Because I don't really care about straight men in everyday life, so I don't follow them outside of the show. But what they were able to produce, I could just imagine it's going to blow everyone away because they're two phenomenal actors. Yeah, um, yeah, your mood could shift, from one episode to the next because it's only just started, right? It's like on its second or third episode. We do definitely need more mystery, thriller, horror BLs because they just bring such a different dynamic to the shows, and it just kind of builds up tension. And one of the best things you can have in a show is tension because it puts you on tenterhooks. It makes you want to see what's going to happen next. And for Manner of Death, that was that for me because I was like, who's going to die next? I was always looking at who was going to die. With the Game Boys, and clearly I know nothing about what goes on. My theory is, I we know that they're supposed to only have a week together. I don't know if they will break up. They might because in the Philippines they don't mind having a sad ending. Um, I'm wondering if it's more to do with Gavril's family situation that he was crying. I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be so much layered to this because it's a movie as well. So you could do so much with it, and watch how they film it. Just watch the colors that they use when they represent the whole scenes. Oh, don't say no with yeah Fiat and Leo. Yeah, I didn't really care for Fiat. I think Game Boys. I have high hopes, which I'm glad at least I have hopes for it because it was so good and it got such a visceral reaction from people, and the two actors are amazing. That yeah, people will cry. I expect people to be like, I cried throughout it, but I expect people to come away from it saying that was amazing. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. With Manner of Death, the romance was just an element that happened to happen throughout the show. That wasn't even a main focal point, which was so refreshing because we could just generally watch the story and say, uh, Game Boys is coming out July 30th, I think. Yeah, again, for Manner of Death, the romance was just a small fragment of it. We had so much more, and we got character development, we got backstories, we got a little bit of history of them, and generally, I like the fact that the romance was just kind of there, and we were like, yeah, yeah, they like one another, but there's a lot of other things going on. We need to find out who the killers are, who's going to die, like more about their jobs and their personalities. I don't. Well, I have yet to cry, as everyone can attest. I have yet to cry watching a BL, but when I did a podcast with Maz, uh, when they were doing a special about Game Boys, I did feel a bit choked up watching the scenes when they played back about the dad. I think it's because it was the actor's real dad in real life, so it made it even more poignant. But not many shows from BLs have made me want to cry. Now, if you put an episode of Buffy on, then I will cry. But I don't like crying. What other shows? Yeah, I don't think any of the shows have made me cry. No. Um, yeah, I'm not good at crying. The only time you truly see me cry in real life, and I always tell people this, is a warning sign, is when I'm angry. I'm one of those people that if I cry, like, that's it, I want to fight. Let's go. I'm not. I'm not really. Yeah, I'm not really a crier. Maybe it's the British. Maybe it's the British in me, or me being a Brit. Um, you'll wait for the day. Yeah, you can wait for the day I cry. Watch me cry. Watch these bright blue eyes cry. I want to. It sounds really strange, but when you get so connected to a show, I think crying um, is actually a great release, and it's also just it's okay to cry. It's because I grew up with this whole thing of men shouldn't cry, so it was literally beat into me to not do that. So it's a process of raveling that. But When I watch people cry, generally, I actually think it's such a release, and it shows you that the actors have done a good job. As an actor, it sounds really strange. If you see someone really emotionally connected to your character, you feel really happy because you've done something. I think you might cry in Word of Honor. Yeah, I've heard everyone was like, I cried at Word of Honor. I've heard a load of people saying that. Be prepared. My birthday was April the 15th. So I'm an Aries, and I'm proud of that. And I'm a, I'm a dragon as well. Yeah, I'm a fire sign through and through. Watching the last two episodes, I promised you the moon. I'm really, really looking forward to I promised you the moon. As much as I was spoiled on Twitter by the third episode, I am telling you now, I really want a full on discussion about it with people because I feel like those of us who might be older are going to have a completely different viewpoint for those who are younger. And because I want to talk about something I watched when I was younger about ages and how we perceive things and stuff like that. And also, when I get into the discussion, we can then talk about the episodes. Yeah, if you get angry, you cry. Yeah, it's just a release mechanism. I don't think it's not that men shouldn't cry, but I was raised with a very Irish Italian way, which is men shouldn't really be emotional, shouldn't show emotion unless it's something that's really meaningful. And it just kind of how it was beaten to me and other people. It was like you need men. It was very toxic. But I have no problem if a man cries. There's nothing wrong with a man crying. If you can release something or something gives you a reaction, cry. I'm yeah, but it's good that you cried. When you're connected to a show again, like it means it really connected with you. Ah, Pisces. My best friend I had growing up was a Pisces. You cry a lot more now for shows than when you were younger. Maybe you feel more connected now that you're older, um, or you just cry more. Yeah, but why is it so wrong? It's not wrong for men to show emotions. It's just a toxic masculinity that's been ingrained into society to then put these notions on men and women that this is how they should kind of interact or they should show. And thankfully, these walls are being broken down for people. And I think the newer generations don't have that idea. They like emotions aren't so foreign to them, or at least releasing them is easier. I definitely think it's generational because for me growing up, it just wasn't heard about. Like it was just very no, 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 no. But then I was also growing up. Like when I say we weren't supposed to show emotions, it wasn't just the men; it was the women as well. Were kind of like we were like don't show emotions, and I think that might also just be a generational thing, maybe an Irish and Italian thing. But I think again things are changing. The new generations really don't hold on to the stereotypes from different generations. The world has changed a lot, and also I can't believe I am coming up soon to the halfway point of Word of Honor already, and things are getting really interesting. Mhm. I still need to get over when they clearly have used an an older lady dubbed over a young boy's voice, I have to take a moment to go, that's that's not a 6-year-old woman talking. Uh, not talking. That's not a 6-year-old woman I can hear talking. Oh, my mum's a Capricorn. Trust me. I that you are stubborn and you don't like to say sorry. But I think that's maybe just people in general. Uh, that's interesting you say that. I don't remember my friend who was a Pisces being overly emotional either. I guess because you're a water sign, so they just associate that more with, I don't know, more of a connection with your emotions, or at least maybe a softer side of emotions. So maybe it's like again certain. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's definitely a cultural thing. I don't know what it is for British people because because of where my family actually from, but I don't know. I guess it's just I, very cultural. Now, British people say sorry, but I tend to say sorry, but then have to say to someone, I don't actually mean it. It's just a British thing. And I say thank you a lot and please. And yeah, I say please really weird. I think you're just really nice, Steffi. Upon reflection, what were your thoughts on episode 6 reveal? I, episode 6, the special episode. I can't remember what reveal you're talking about. um, I have to refresh my memory because there's been so many episodes. You mean his face reveal when he took off the little moustache? Oh, you are talking that? Okay. Uh, okay, that just made me laugh because I was like, oh, because at first when it came off in the water, and I was like, oh, his mask has come off, and there was just like, oh, his mask off, no reaction from what was the uh Wen Kuxing, and I was like, oh, okay, like without his little without his little moustache. Um, they did a good job in just kind of putting it in there as well. You know, they didn't make a big deal about his face reveal. It was just he was in the water, it came off. He didn't really know, or didn't think about it. Um, so that was quite smart on their point to not really highlight it, even though we all were like, he's wearing a mask. Like they don't know what his real face looks like. But it was funnier once other characters reacted to him. Now, is it because when I looked it up, I think I did the linguistic way of saying her name, which I heard was Kuxiang, but I think it's Guxiang. Her reaction to him when she found out it was him was quite funny, but then her character is just brilliant, really. I was just interested more that his reveal was just it was revealed, but they didn't harp on about it. I think that's what was great. It was just he's let himself go so quickly around Wenkushing that he's willing to not hide his face without him even realizing that he feels so secure around him. I think that was very smartly done. That his guard was already dropping without him realizing it. Oh, so it is Gu, because when I looked it up, I was doing the linguistic way, and I was like, yeah, Well, I know the X is like an SH. So it is good. It is because it's weird because I kept hearing K and I had to look it up and I was like, oh, I think I'm doing it in a phonetic manner, which I'm not supposed to. You're intuitive. Yeah. I would. Have you ever heard of indigo children? I remember my old roommate talking about that, which is children that are supposed to be quite connected to the earth and a bit psychic, and they can feel things. You might be an indigo child. If you Google what an Aries is, I am very, very much an Aries. As a British thing, with the whole yeah, we do have a stiff upper lip. It's don't show British people aren't the best at showing emotions unless they're watching football. And then I guess anger is the easiest emotion to show anyway. I wouldn't say you're unemotional and cold. You're definitely not cold. You're very friendly, unjudgmental. I don't really think Capricorns really are that cold anyway. But it says you're quite emotional if you're invested. So at least England got their foot. You mean beating Germany? That was great, but look, we've got a match today. We need to get into that semi-final. I've got my drinks ready. I'm gonna make a curry, a Thai curry. Oh, oversensitive. Yes, Capricorn. I don't know about you because obviously I've only interacted you on here, but my mother is quite sensitive. So am I, though. Sensitive. Oh, is that what your mum? Ah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you're an indigo child. I can because the reason it was brought up when I was at university, I woke up one night just and the first thing I said to my housemate was something has happened to someone in my family, and she said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "I've got this feeling that something bad has happened to someone in my family." And I said, "I always get a feeling, and I always know if it's a friend or family member." And they said, "What?" And they said, "Are you sure?" And then my dad was put into hospital. I think I can't remember what happened to him because I'm not close to my father, but it had something to do with his heart and his leg. But I knew it. The first thing I said was something happened to someone in my family, and then I get that phone call from my mom. She's not with my dad, someone else is. And I was like, and then she brought up indigo children, and I was like, oh, you can make yourself a Thai curry. Look up the ingredients online because obviously people like this very liquidy. At least, yeah, at least out of one of us, Bethan, one of us is doing well. The Euros. I don't know if you're saying you hate the Euros or you love the Euros. But then again, I'm more of a tennis person, so really and truly, tennis has been where I've been really watching. So, and unfortunately, if you actually see some of my recent reactions, you might see me randomly going, and that's because Andy Murray was playing. I love to cook. It's relaxing for me. It means no one can talk to me. I can do what I want. I can listen to a podcast or watch a reaction, and no one's allowed to talk to me while I cook. Oh wow. Hmm. Now I just randomly get a notification about Fish Upon the Sky episode 8. See, this is what I mean about notifications. Yeah, I can imagine you're salty over that offside goal. Trust me, England know about offside goals being. Well, I don't know how to say this because it can sound a bit crazy or a bit not of the norm, I should say. My sister is technically psychic. She sees people and things that you're not supposed to usually. So maybe it's just in my family that we have some sort of feeling or connection. That's so strange that you would know your friend would drink. See, this is what I mean. Sometimes you get this feeling or something you just know. Like when my uncle died, which was in 2009, um, I was on the phone to my friend from school, the only person I talked to from my school, kind of. And I thought my mum was laughing. Um, and then in a split second, not even a second, I said to my friend on the phone, either my uncle or my sister who suffers from blood clots and so has to be injected. I said one of them's dead because my uncle was ill and he had Parkinson's. And just I remember that. I just remember that sense when you know something's not right. 2 minutes of happiness for Austria. Yeah, would have been nice to actually see them go through. It would be nice to see other teams getting that chance to show what they've got. But then to think Germany, Portugal, France all out. I mean, I personally wouldn't know if there was a ghost next to me. I don't see that. I once, when I used to smoke and I got really stoned, I thought there was a little girl pointing to me outside my room, but I think I was just absolutely off my face. Whereas my sister has actively said um, about things that have happened that she wouldn't even know about, and like even recently she went to my grandmother's because it would have been my grandmother's 100th birthday on the 25th, and she went to her grave and she said to her partner, there's a little girl trying to hold your hand, do not hold her hand. And then she said her name, or at least what the little girl was trying to say, and that he apparently had rescued her family in a fire, which he said he did in 2004 or something, and maybe and clearly the little girl had not survived, but her grave was there. So things like that. Startled my friend. I'm not sure how my friend reacted, if I'm honest, because my whole world just kind of stopped. I don't know if you've ever had an out of body experience, but I didn't feel like I was in my own body at that point, and clearly I had to tell my sister on the phone who collapsed. Um, because obviously the first word she said was, and I'm not a big fan of adults saying this word, but she said "mommy," and then I had to say Tommy and explain to her partner, her person she, um, yeah, I don't know how my friend reacted. It was a very out of body experience for me because I had to kind of be the strong one. Because my uncle was a churchman, he was a preacher, so he kind of kept us together. On he was the kindest man I've ever known in my whole life. He didn't judge anyone. Did you get chills? Are they multiplying? Yeah, they're all out. I mean, and now Belgium's out, and they were apparently the number one team. So I think it's Italy's. So at least part of my heritage will maybe win. Yes, with your mom looking up a human practitioner and doing all that, it makes sense. There are people out there. You can't, say they aren't. Like my sister, if for my sister, it's quite emotional because in that it's quite a burden for her because she has to explain, especially when she's like um, that she sees people all the time that aren't here that have passed on. So for her, it's very hard because while the rest of us can't see it, she's constantly seeing them, and that includes children that she's lost. Because even though she has six children, there should be 10, I think. So for her, it's hard because she doesn't know what to do with that, and you know if she goes to see a medium, they pick her out a lot, or she gets a sense of someone who they're going to pick. Thank you for that reference. Were you a Danny or were you a Sandy? Me, I was a Grease too. Let me just pre-warn you now about Grease 2. It's very camp, it's very fun, it's ridiculous, and I love it. It's it's just so camp. And even though it's supposed to be set only 3 or 4 years after the first, you can tell it was filmed in the 80s. Oh yeah, I grew up with Grease 2, love it. I agree with you actually. I think that's a problem with the TV and media is it's so hard to believe anyway because I think if you start to believe, it's quite a scary idea to think what else is out there, what you can't see. And of course, you do have sometimes when people go on TV and they're not real mediums, and so then it's you kind of create this narrative that people see because they see it from TV, and it's also hard because then when you see people making money from it, you have to wonder then because people always doubt it. It's like, well, these people can't be poor. They have to make some sort of living. Like a lot of people talk negatively about he's blonde, he's American, and he Tyler or something, and he was talking to all these celebrities, and he when he gets a message coming through, he has to kind of scribble on a notepad. There's nothing on it, he just has to scribble, and people were very negative about him. Honestly, give Grease 2 a go, Steffi. That could be actually something I react to for Patreon. Hmm, I could. I do love Grease 2. You also might get a surprise character in Grease 2. There are genuinely people. There are people who fake it, and I think it's hard as well because you have to actually be open to it. Because my sister used to get her cards read, And she did say to me that the woman said, "Your brother isn't ready to come and have it read because he's not fully open." And I was like, "Well, that's true." And I wasn't going to ask you anyway to come. But as you get older, things change. Your perspective and your understanding of things change. Oh wait, Steffi, has your year ended? Do you know that I remember? Well, you ended in July. You ended quite late, unless your exams were in June, maybe. Because I remember I used to finish at uni. Um, I used to finish technically in April, but my exams would be May, June. That you were too young when you to give it a fair shot. To be honest, yeah. I mean, you have to just let it go. You just have to let it go with Grease 2 and just enjoy what it is. And it's got Michelle Pfeiffer in it as well, which is great. Honestly, it's such a feel good sing along movie, but it's not a masterpiece by any means. Oh, exams in the last week of June. Yeah. See, I think I was lucky because I studied drama mainly. I did do criminology for a little bit, but mine most of the time were in May, maybe the beginning of June. I don't think they were ever at the end. I don't know. I never used to come home until the end of June anyway. Ooh, a summer job. That would be good. Yes, the I was thinking of the Long Island medium. I for some reason I always look at how I always think of her as a bodybuilder. I don't know why. But I remember the Long Island medium. I've seen her clips on her on YouTube. 5 exams. What do you study again? Not like social economics, is it? 5 exams on a single day. That's a lot. It's a bit ridiculous as well to get you to do 5 exams. Was this for 5 different subjects or that's a lot. I can remember doing two in one day because one exam was no two, both of them were 3 hours. That's 6 hours. Journalism and community. Oh, so you're a journalist then? It's pretty cool. Communication studies. Yeah, that's quite not easy. 8 a.m. and the last one at 9 p.m. Oh, is that what they say about Pisces being spirit? Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense then if they're speaking about the emotional side of a Pisces. That yeah, clearly that makes sense. What kind of journalism? I'm sure you told me before. What kind of journalism would you go into? See, I'm really fascinated about this. But yeah, guys, with the post, I'll just put it back here again, the Patreon post about what I'm reacting to. You can always give me ideas of what you think I should react to or what's coming up. Entertainment. So you're going to do BTS, aren't you? I see you. An article. I expect a book. Healthy fondness. Hey, there is nothing wrong with liking BTS. They're a great band, incredibly talented, and you can't knock watching people work so hard to achieve something and to break barriers. And think about it, because music transcends language, but to be known all around the world, I don't. Have I ever been obsessed over anything? Must have. I don't know. I've never, for a BL, I've never actively sought out what the actors are doing like that, or I see posts, but I've never. Yeah, I've never actively been like, oh, I'm going to follow everything they do or the show. I don't know. It's interesting. At least it sparked an interest. I think that's incredible that it things from other cultures, other parts of the world can really inspire you or make an impact on you. Hungry. BTS fan. Yeah, I mean, all someone has to do is go to someone's Twitter if you use it and look at what they post to know what their content is. Oh, I love food. I can't help it. Supposed to be getting down from what am I 67 kilo, maybe back down to 62. Then again, I did my workout already today. Oh, that's amazing, actually, to hear that. I think sometimes people don't realize how much they can help someone. I'm just starting, Sophie. I'm just starting to get into the Untamed. I think episode 8 really was what made me go, ooh, like I really, really want to know what happens in the next episode. I was liking it, and then it got to episode 8, and I was like, oh, this is a really, really, really good episode. It also helps that my favorite number is 8, so it made it me go, what is my favorite fast food? Crisps, or as Americans call it, chips. I mean, I don't really eat McDonald's or KFC or Wendy's or anything like that. If I have a Subway, I will have no cheese. I'll have hearty oat bread, stuff like that. I won't have any sauce. Oh, you did film school, Jenna. That's pretty cool. Ah, that helps. That helps actually in regards to connecting with you when I talk about acting, because you would understand better than anyone with like how certain shots create things and why they do that. New Jersey. 你fell in love with it. 7 times. I'm still on the first time. Oh, 2:30. Oh, maybe go to bed. Screenwriting and directing. Well, you know that I've directed before, so that's sometimes what I look at when I watch stuff. Clearly, the acting side is what I'm better at in terms of knowing. Directing is quite interesting when you see it, how something's done, and you would do it differently. Screenwriting, though, that's pretty cool. That's not easy at all, especially because people don't realize how you're supposed to write, like for screenwriting, how it's supposed to be laid out. What is the film industry like in South Africa? It's pretty cool. It's so we've got a director here, everyone. You know, get her to film something. So yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely do at least one drunk reaction to the episode 3 if I promised you the moon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Very tough and underfunded. Yeah, that's like the UK. I think everyone thinks the UK has amazing funds to them. They really don't. That's why when I was told how much the Word of Honor had, and I worked it out, it was 5.5 million in for England. I was like, you don't know how much you can make over here for that. Like how much? It's low in China, but here they just want you to do everything for free. I do think you can tell. Definitely like screenwriting, directing side, I could definitely tell with your reactions. You know, with screenwriting, like the words, the choice, the emotions, what it invokes, you can sense that, which is actually pretty cool. Like screenwriting is not easy at all. Have you watched Golden Blood? No, I haven't, but I will be watching it. I have a list of stuff and it's on there, so I will be reacting to it. Oh, what musical? I did, as a kid, go to drama school. And they made us, and I did drama or acting with speech, which means just talking, and then singing. And I was like, why am I here? I mean, when I was younger, I could sing. I can't now. Um, and they made us, because what happened is it was a drama school, so there was Anna Shear and Sylvia Young, which was big for when you were really young, and clearly someone was coming to audition us for Pocahontas, so we had to sing Colors of the Wind. Wait, who did you audition for in Sound of Music? I never liked that musical growing up. I probably would like it now. I haven't seen it in years. Yes, Jeanette, I know. It's on my list. You're gonna have to wait a while. Because there are quite a few other programs I need to watch first. But it will be there. And you know what? I'm not going anywhere, I hope. Look at you being one of the blonde little kids. Fair. To be honest, it probably won't even be that long until I'm reacting to Golden Blood, considering that list will go far, like quite quickly. I remember you saying you went to art school because I love photography. I just think what you can capture in a picture. Because also I can't paint or draw. Like I always say this, my stick figures hate me. But photography, such an art form. But they all are. Everything you put down. Uh Steffi, children are evil. Just evil. It's kind of like when I drew something and everyone laughed because my teacher was like, "Oh, they made me stand up in front of the whole assembly because they liked what I drew." But then when I showed it, everyone laughed, and really, oh, since then I never liked to draw. Congratulations on your graduation, by the way. Especially during this time, it must be very, very weird. Well, Jeanette, with Word of Honor, that should be coming soon to 2 a week. So at least you'll have that. You can have those two. And then obviously when the Untamed comes, it's just I've also got to mentally prepare myself for the comments because people are very passionate and you have to be like, okay, because obviously yeah, photography is not easy. You was forced to hang out in one room. Oh, I can see. Yeah, and you wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, you want to be with the seniors, not the passionate people. Aren't be fun to deal with. No. Yeah, I'm worried about the spoilers because it's frustrating when someone says, "Look out for this that's going to come." Because if I don't react the way they think I'm going to react, then it's like, oh, I'm disappointed because then I don't have the same emotions as they did. But also, look out for this character, what's going to come. And people don't realize sometimes they're spoiling. Uh, but if you say, look out for this moment, or this character gets better, or you know, don't forget this, this, and this, you do have to go, thank you. Now I'm kind of not going to be shocked when something comes up. But then I have to just kind of, if I feel like someone started to spoil, I have to kind of just stop reading the comment and be like, nope, 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 nope. I think my patrons have been really good for the most part in not spoiling. Instead, they've really educated me on, like, say the poetry of it, or where some of what Wen Kuxing says. Um, so that's very informative. Um, but YouTube might be a different kettle. I will say YouTube helped, in some of the pronunciation. I was like, oh, that's how you say that name. I'm glad you liked your photography teacher, though. Like, my drama teacher, one of them was amazing. And people don't realize how much a teacher can inspire you, or anyone can inspire someone. I had a classmate ask me to go to another school because she already will be there next year without knowing anybody. Then why does she ask you to go there? Because then she's going to know somebody. Maybe I've never thought about it because I've never thought my channel was popular enough to get a moderator. But maybe that's a good idea. Because I've seen it for other shows that people react to, but again, I don't view my channel as being highly enough to get that. So maybe I do need to look into a moderator because I really don't want to be spoiled. Because if you spoil it for someone, they're not going to enjoy it, so they're not going to have that reaction because then you know something is coming up. Well, I'm glad the Untamed fans are quite respectful. I'm quite shocked at how nice the Word of Honor people have been. Um, because I like I said, I went to one reaction channel and they were quite rude um, about it, and I was like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to deal with these fans because I'm not here for you to be rude, and I don't want them to put a damper on how I view something because then I'm like, oh, I have to react to this show, but they've been pretty nice. But I should get a moderator. I really should. Hey, weird people make the world go round. There is no such thing as a normal person. So she didn't like you, so she asked you to stay at the school. Screw her. But then again, rereading what you put up. I don't think I've ever had someone do that. Also, I think I would just laugh in someone's face if they said that. Super well traveled. Yeah, being well traveled must be amazing. The stories that they would be able to tell you. Well, my type of audience are just BL people, really, I guess. Um, my channel just I welcome anyone in to watch the programs if you've got an open mind about watching BLs and stuff like that. Um, just don't spoil it. Four girls who changed to the same school. Guess she wasn't there by herself anymore. Oh gosh. Yeah, you put in a pinned comment saying please don't spoil. Hmm. Probably need to put something more than please don't spoil. Because you got to make sure that you articulate it well enough that people aren't offended by you asking that. I think that's also why moderators are better than the person who actually creates the videos and puts them up, because with a moderator, their connection is just to help you and they can take away. Because I imagine it can be a lot, because when you do put up Word of Honor or The Untamed, it seems to get a lot of comments. So and I imagine like the really popular channels would be like, I need a moderator because there's a lot of people. Yeah, backblasting music. Yeah, that sounds, well, one, it sounds so American, but two, it sounds perfect for a photography class. Yeah, Jeanette, I agree. Some people don't think they're spoiling. They honestly, they're not meaning to. Some people, they're generally just so excited, and they want you to be as excited as they are because they've already seen the show. But the problem is, then they kind of spoil it, and then you're like, oh, crap. It happens all the time. The amount of reactors I've seen who've had to make comments in their posts when they upload their videos to say, well, not in their comments, sorry, in their video to say, please do not spoil it, or they have to tell people, I now know what's going to happen in this episode, so I can't enjoy it as much as I want to because clearly it's been expressed. Or if you don't have the same reaction, it's when people get annoyed that you don't have the same reaction as them that you go, okay, like, calm down. One of the people who actually also watches your Word of Honor video helped warn me whenever there was a spoiler comment. Oh, so that's your moderator. I don't know who you're talking about. Um, I'm glad they warned you though, because again, I wouldn't say they've been that bad. It's just more when you're like, watch out for this episode, or this is when things are going to change, and you're like, so you've just kind of told me what's to come, but in a roundabout way. Because I know you can put block on certain words, like on your videos, so you can put a certain, like, again, a certain block so that they don't come up. Because to be honest, sometimes I get a comment and uh, on my other videos and they're gone. Like, for some reason, YouTube will not allow the comments up. It does it on Patreon as well sometimes. And I'm like, oh, but I got the email with the comment. I can see the comment. But on YouTube, it just goes and you're like, oh, it's gone forever. Goodbye. Yeah. I can imagine him making fun of bands. Like, why would you listen to them? You've got to be careful being very blunt, though, because some people like that, but you really do have to be careful because you don't, because blunt people just will hurt your feelings. I also notice people get angry when they react to miss a certain moment that they like, and that is so weird to me. At the end of the day, you're watching a reactor. You're watching someone react to this program that you've clearly seen, and they also, you forget that they probably have seen it when they're editing. That they'll go back and be like, "Oh, that's what happened in that scene." They genuinely get angry, and you're like, "You have to understand that I'm reacting." Steffi, are you talking about on Patreon? Yeah, that was really weird. Like, because I get the emails, so I know when someone's left a comment. Yeah, Jeanette, I just find it weird. So if any of you ever make a channel, honestly, you'll get comments, and I don't know if it's certain words that are banned on YouTube, but yeah, the amount of comments, I want to read the comment, and I can see like a little snippet of it if you go onto your YouTube app, because you get a YouTube app that you can get and you can look at stuff. But you try and read the comments, and you're like, like, I don't know what it's in. I got a line of it, and then you're like, well, I've missed this now. Like, it's such a shame. Like, I want to see what this person said. It's frustrating on YouTube because they do it quite a bit, and then you're like, okay. And sometimes you don't even know something's being held for review unless you go onto your YouTube page on like your laptop, and then you just happen to go into like held for review. So at least he didn't make anyone cry. Actually, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. BTS reactions are fun. Yeah, I have seen BTS reactions obviously because now that I've started to know who they are and watching people fall in love with BTS, because it's funny because genuinely sometimes they have to pause the video if they don't want to get a copyright, and then only play bits of it, and everyone's like, why didn't you play the full song? Why'd you keep pausing? Or they talk through it and they're like, you're missing the whole thing. It's like, guys, it's a reaction video, and if they like BTS, they will go and listen to the song anyway. But people are very, really funny. I've had people have full blown arguments. Like, I had one BTS video when my channel first came up, and it's because obviously the YouTube couldn't figure out my algorithm. So it's when I first started putting up Farm Type, which is the first show I ever started watching, Supernatural, and I put it up, and people had full on fights about Jimin, Jungkook, Taehyung, who was the better dancer, who was better looking. And I was like, okay, this is a video not about certain members of BTS. Calm down. To me, it was just funny having, like, I also had people be really rude to me about a Max Tool video. Clearly, I was drunk, and I must have mentioned more than once that they are straight men. you know, that's something that they've mentioned, because you know everyone loves to go, oh, they don't mind about gender, and it's like no, but they've clearly, so they say, you know, gender doesn't matter. Some of these actors are told to say that, by the way. It's called PR. Some of them are told to say that. Also, they've both stated that they like women, and some people got really, really rude in the comments, and then they talk about you in the comments on your video as if you can't read their little conversation. And it's like, I think you need to calm down, because these two men don't know you exist. They also would probably tell you it's okay to have different opinions. It was funny though, because it was just like, you're so offended that I called them straight. Now, if Tool was gay, you know, or bi, you know, Max, I'll pass on. Oh, you people are intense shippers. I just like watching the videos where they kind of like compete against one another, or they just make each other laugh. I may look at, you know, friendships in BTS, but then you got to be really careful, because they're like, this is not the best video to watch their friendship, and I was like, no, I know, but it's giving me an idea of their friendship. I like the funny videos more than anything. That's why I used to like Jackson Wang videos, because he's pretty funny. Like, Jenny, if you want to watch someone, it's gonna be his older videos with God7, because clearly they're not. But yeah, he's generally someone who will make you laugh. Or Jessie. Jessie will always make me laugh. She's got that New York, New Jersey attitude. Jackson's a funny guy. One whole. Never mind. Yeah, I have a particular penchant for a certain look. It's not to say like I think you from We Best Love type very pretty men, and like Tele, they're very pretty men. They're not for me, but they're very pretty. I don't I wouldn't. One of my least favorite words in the world is ugly. I don't call anyone that. I don't like it. I don't think anyone is that word. But yeah, I've definitely got. I yeah, I got a type. Have fun filming, Jeanette, and also for editing, because that's never fun. With Jesse, because I do have to go in a minute, guys. I didn't realize it's almost over 4.5 hours. I really apologize. I didn't mean to keep any of you this long and this bored. And also, what I'll say now before I leave, because I want to talk about Jesse quickly, is if you want me to, I can do another um, live in a couple of weeks. I'm going to do. I usually do one at the end of the month. If one a month is fine, then we'll do one a month. If you want two, then I'll do two. If you don't want any, then that's fine. Um, but yeah, with Jesse, I love watching their shock, because it's also funny because they'll talk about how bad her pronunciation is in Korean, but yet they can clearly understand every word she's saying. and she's just so Western that it's so entertaining to watch. So entertaining, honestly. Just go and watch her. Go and watch her stuff on YouTube. And I think she gives other idols a bit of freedom to be a bit more themselves. Yeah, everyone should just watch Jessie. She's also funny when she tries to say that, she's not really intimidating. When she says she's not intimidating or she's not aggressive, and you're like, Jessie, don't lie. Or and also I love the fact she's never impressed when one of the men on the show tries to show off. I feel like that's how I feel when I watch them do it. Like watching that she once had a personal fitness person on there and he would try to flirt with her and her reaction would be my same reaction in real life. But yeah, I have to decide, guys, if you want another one in a couple of weeks. If not, I'll do another live at the end of the month. And I always say I never make them that long. Trust me, someone will tell you. I always say that, don't I, Steffi, that I'll never make them that long, and then look what happens. They just get longer and longer. You did tell me the next one. You were correct, kind of, almost. Yeah, I don't have anyone to talk about this stuff, but then again, people around my age in this country probably wouldn't even know what BL means. You leave my other live alone. And also, it's nice to talk to you guys because as much as I have a Discord and we put stuff up there and I ask questions, there's only a few people that genuinely talk or have a conversation. Like I I seem to have all the introverted people that can easily communicate with one another and talk to one another and post stuff on there. But it's nice because I get more of an interaction here. All right, everyone. I need to go and make my food because it's coming. It's 8 o'clock. The football. I also have Fish Upon the Sky episode 10 and Word of Honor episode 16 to film. So I hope you all have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, or night. And thank you for being on here.